It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom-led pilgrims from Plymouth Bay, Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin Wharf, Fenway Park, North Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Boom.
Good morning.
It is.
Yeah, very much so.
I got a lot done yesterday. Now, to me saying I got a lot done is really not a lot done in the real world.
But
Yeah, I still did some activities with around the house and cleaned
Stop.
and yeah.
good deal.
Hey, oh yeah, we'll talk off air. I'm
Yeah.
almost ready for that situation.
Yeah. Yeah,
Maybe this weekend. Maybe this weekend.
definitely. Yep.
Okay. Or if not, it can go next. Whatever. It
Yeah.
doesn't really matter. No timeline. Just so you know.
Yeah, I get you.
Anyways. Yeah.
Open.
Good morning. Yeah. Yeah. There's no pressure. There's no nothing. There's just
Yeah.
ready whenever. Hey, chat. What the fuck, man? Today was like weird. Yesterday was weird. Like it felt weird not having everybody around us. Yeah.
Right. Something.
Was-
There's just something.
I was but you know what? It happens, right? I was like, what really got me fired up was reading the tweet. I took us all offline and stuff, and then seeing what happened was going with Aiden with those two charges. I was like, what the fuck?
And I mean, they could have filed them how long ago, Mike?
Yeah, so I once
Really?
I started I listened to his car, his live
Yeah.
car speech.
From the
I
car.
calmed I calmed the fuck down, but I was like, what the fuck? How much more can we take of the state being the way it is? It's just
And
like
it just
enough.
tells you there's been more effort putting in to trying to get Aiden put to jail than there has to investigate what happened to John. And that's sad.
That's the truth, though. Tom.
It is. It is. It really is.
The sad fucking truth of it all is they're trying to put away award-winning journalists for exposing them, and which is blatantly obvious because other people had some other people on from the other content creators, had other people around the country, and they were fired up, dude.
As they should be, right?
Right? They're like, guys, gonna start throwing the tea. Anyways,
It's not right what we're having to watch. And not just watch, but they're telling us that this is allowed. This is okay.
Your First Amendment rights were violated.
Yes.
Right in camera, right in the buffer zone. And obviously, you had enough whereabouts to say, you know what, once is enough for me. I'm not going to push Hardman's buttons here. But to rule they must understand that when they go home at night, what we're doing is very on the edge, very close to the edge.
No, not we're not. They are.
Correct. That's what I meant. Did that come out wrong? Yeah, they are.
Yeah, we're pretty much not on that edge. We're firm. We're firmly planted. The edge isn't even near us. We couldn't fall off of it. It's that far away from us.
And I saw somebody in Worcester get asked to leave with a Turtle Boy sign
Really?
out front. Yep, 2 court officers came out to Scott McGinnis and told him to leave. In Worcester, dude. In Worcester.
Wow. So it's getting to be a police state already.
Good point.
We're there.
They piggybacked right off of
They did.
and
Jeez.
it's like, oh, this is like you give them an inch, right? You give them an inch. This is why
Yeah.
Mark Randozza, thank God for Mark Randozza to come up and step up and just file a motion to explain to the federal court, like, how bad this is. Like,
Yeah.
so how long do they have to fix this?
Well, you ready? Who else was there? Who else was and who else was like doing witness intimidation? Who was there? Think about it.
The
And who
Claire,
didn't? The Glera. Who else?
Mazza.
What's he
Mazza
there?
was, yeah, he was outside the window to the right. You didn't go in front of the window though.
Okay. And who else?
Meredith.
Yeah. And who don't they want to even? They fuck with Karen Reed and they learn the hard way. But who don't they want to fuck with?
Tell me.
Nan.
Oh, she was there.
She was there.
She was there. Yeah, yeah.
You think they want to bring her up on bogus witness intimidation charges? Oh, that
No,
won't
no,
work. That
no.
won't work. Right?
No, but I bet you she would. She'd welcome it. Like it'd be like, I'm
You're
gonna
gonna
cash
do
out.
this?
I'm-
You want to
I'm
go
gonna-
here? Okay. I'm all
I'm
in.
I'm gonna retire off of this one.
So listen, I saw something in the chat about why I don't go to court. So here's one of the reasons. Because when I go to court, I'm at risk of being singled out by the state police. Now, there's a
Yes,
first Mark Rendoza has a First Amendment thing going on, right?
Yeah.
And if I go in the buffer zone and I get arrested, that's not going to do good for Mark Rendoza's case, is it?
No,
It's actually going to make his case less strong.
maybe Mark had a conversation with you, like just keep it down a little bit.
Maybe if I'm not there, I can't be used as a reason to get this denied. And what happened? It didn't get denied, did it? Actually,
It did
Bev
not.
has 24 hours left to modify the buffer zone, or they're going to do it for her. And then we're going to have a whole bunch of fun. So,
yeah, is that what the legal mumbo jumbo was on that tweet?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
yes,
Basically,
yes.
in layman terms. Okay.
So here, you ready for this? This is this morning, guys. Just so you guys know the atmosphere that's down there, okay? And I know enough. I need to stay here and talk to you guys because if I'm in this situation, it goes a different direction. It goes a way different direction. But this is the tempo, this is what it's like on the ground. You ready?
For the fucking day.
We have an issue with this before. You're walking through here with the sweatshirt.
I'm leaving.
I understand.
I'm not congregating. I'm not protesting. I'm fucking leaving.
Right, but what's the rule?
There's no rules about this one. It doesn't say Karen Reed.
It has to do with the case, right?
No, it doesn't.
What's
It has
wrong?
to do with something else. A guy whose kid was just murdered. I just-
What do you got in the back?
It's,
It's
it's full of fucking words.
Relax. Okay,
All right, you know what?
I know. Oh, all right. Go ahead. It's being documented.
Take me. Go ahead.
We're not doing that.
Take me. Wait. Wait. You had fucking guys detain me last week. I asked you to leave.
Go.
You haven't
Go.
talked
Are
to
you
me
leaving?
since.
Are you leaving?
leaving.
All right, good. I don't want to have this.
I need you to send me that.
Good. Every time you walk. Every time.
That's Mr. Hardman.
Yeah.
The dude needs a freaking tailor. He ain't bought freaking pants in a long time.
But the point is that
They're busting her
They
balls
did-
because it says criminals
Yeah.
control in Norfolk County, not Karen Reed.
and the other point is that they decide what's good and what's bad. They don't have to. You have to have distinct letters: Karen Reed, Turtle Boy, whatever, Auntie Bev. But this has nothing to do with court today. It has to do with the county.
And again, right? You
fucked up.
expect you want me in that position? It won't go good. No,
You know what?
no.
If that was you, Tom, you'd be in handcuffs. Just to call it what it is.
I wouldn't.
be-
I wouldn't even get the benefit of the doubt. They lock me up. I'm telling you, Mike. They've had meetings about the people that are out there, about
Oh,
Scott McGinnis, about
Oh, yeah.
Erica, about this, about that, about everybody. They've had
Yeah.
meetings. If they mentioned my name, there's no need for that. You realize that. I've never got a parking ticket in Norfolk County. Norfolk County has zero reason to know I even exist. You realize that, right? If my name's anywhere in that DA's office, they got problems and they have to answer for that. You don't think by arresting me, that's gonna help that situation whatsoever? How about the First Amendment right that we have, and we have to fight them through the courts? Me being arrested doesn't help that in any way. So
Yep.
That may be one of the reasons that I'm not
Yeah.
exactly there. However, when the buffer zone gets redefined by the people we had to go to have that redefined, when they do that, I'll go and comply. But I can't comply with what it is now. The minute I walk through it, done. They gave me a warning not to be in the buffer zone. I can't even walk through it.
They did. They did. And
Next time I see you in the Boston, next time I see you in
The
Norfolk
sidewalk.
County on the sidewalk in the buffer zone here,
you
go
go
to
to jail. Yep. And
it's
then you
not-
tried to ask him a question a couple of weeks later, and he goes, "Tom, you're all questioned out. All your questions have been used." That's what he said to you.
can't even ask
Literally, couldn't even ask him a question. You're like, "Nope, Tom, you've asked all the questions. You're all out." Like, that's
Okay.
I hate to say it, but that's pretty fucking bad. I mean, Mr. Hartman, I mean, respect, but seriously, come on, man. I mean, I was brought up to love the police.
I ain't giving
trust
him
the poli-
McDonough. I'm not giving McDonough to him.
Oh,
Ain't-
that was
they'll never
beautiful.
get
You
it
see
from
that
me.
yesterday? Was that beautiful? Was that beautiful? I mean, come on, man.
I'm glad we can laugh about that.
You have to.
Yeah,
If
absolutely.
you don't, you'll end up down there on the sidewalk in fisticuffs. You know what I mean?
Right.
With the same people that you want to help protest with. And it's just not the way I roll anymore. Can't do it anymore. I learned my lesson 3 times.
And it's funny. They say, stay away from them, right? Well,
Yeah. We can't.
they're all together. All 10 are the same. They all know my name. I never met any of them other than from there.
And then you get the guys on the bikes that really don't know any. Some maybe they do, maybe they don't, but they're looking
cop.
to make a scene. And they're all standing around doing nothing. Going, please. They're all saying to themselves, "Please let today be the day."
Listen, I'm
Let's-
sure whoever can lock me up first will get paid cash money. I'm
Yeah,
sure
you
there's a
did-
pool going. I'm sure there's a pool. Yeah. And they probably got Bow, right?
Yeah.
Thinking Bow was me.
That's a tough mistake to make, dude.
Quick, get him. He's in the
I don't
buffer.
even know what is happening with him. Is he all done? Did they drop charges? What happened? I don't even know what happened with him.
They did, and did he get a chance to even ask a question?
He was
He was
asking
questioned out. What's
yeah.
going on?
Well,
Like,
I
what's
think
going
remember the video was like he had his filming going. The young trooper was saying, "Yeah, you gotta go," and he kept on saying, "Why? Why?" And then Hartman was in the middle of the traffic and just walked over and spun him around. And he was cuffed and tucked in a second. Man, he was gone.
And
But
it's
I have
it's just like that. Poof. Next thing you know,
yeah, you're in
You're
the back
cuffed.
of it.
and how many paddy wagons they got there, Mike? They got like 4 or 5 of them, expecting hundreds of arrests.
Yeah, I did see 3 or 4. Yeah,
Yeah.
easily. And I haven't seen Bow since. So
Nope.
mission accomplished, right? I mean, I guess.
Well, again, if he goes back to the buffer zone, right? Does that
Yeah.
help his case or hurt his case? Right?
Comes down to First Amendment rights. Like it's
Oh,
like
it does. But again, you have to go in front of the same people who make that determination. Did he go back to, antagonize them?
I don't think he was the first time around. don't
Now we're on opinion. My opinion, your opinion, their opinion.
Right. There you
Everyone's
go.
got one, right?
I felt like he was doing something wrong in the buffer zone.
Could
Well,
have. He
yeah.
was in the process of. He was headed that way. It was clear to
Right.
this person he was doing this. Yeah.
So, according to what was filed and what was said by the feds, is that basically Judge Bev Cannoni has less than 24 hours now to rewrite the zone.
I wish I wasn't. I wish that wasn't true.
Yeah, he's he's you know what? Tom thinks he's not important. He does. He's humble. He doesn't give a fuck.
I mean, think of this. Imagine going to the supermarket, right? In another town that you've never been to, and you walking in and having 10 store employees know your name. First
No
and
thanks.
last.
Nope.
Do
I
it.
don't want nothing.
Tell me how you
Nope.
feel about that.
Nope.
Who are
I don't
you?
want nothing to do with that. No.
I never seen you before. Who are you? You know me?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
like,
You don't know who those
do I have
people are.
amnesia? What's going on?
Did we party back in high school together? What's going on?
And you ready? And I don't want to be the reason or the commotion as to let anyone else get in trouble, because no one else, like, this is no. Sometimes you just got to know when to what agencies you got to pick the battles you can win.
Yeah.
You can't fight the guys with the guns and the badges now, can you?
And the handouts,
unless you'd like to fight them for me, because if you want to go down there for me, if you want to go to the buffer zone for me and film, please.
Oh,
You go inside the buffer zone and see how they treat you. It gets personal real quick.
It does.
Right. It doesn't charges by now. Yeah, I've been lucky, right? I've been lucky. I haven't been through the buffer zone. I've done nothing to make them have a reason to even ticket me. So, well, yeah, there are some people who just they're just yep. There's again, they won't mess with certain people.
Something's going on, Mark. Mark's going to block. Donkey, not. Hey, Donkey's been a member for a month.
Thank you, Donkey. And he's right. You can't fight it. You can't fight the world. You can't. So with the guys with the guns and the badges, I don't want to fight them.
Nope.
Are they dirty? Most likely. Are they bad people? Probably. I don't know any of them personally, so I can't say that. So, yeah.
Flip was telling me that the kids might be testifying today.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about that for a second. Is this to establish a motive for Karen Read to be angry at John? Like the relationship was falling apart, blah, blah, blah. You've only seen through the videos that Hank plays and the voicemails and all the other bullshit. In my opinion, Karen didn't leave the kids alone. If she was an evil, dastardly Karen Read, she would have been like, peace out. I'm out. I'm going back to Mansfield, whatever. Yeah. I'm leaving Kaylee here alone. But she didn't. She didn't. So I don't know.
Again.
And the trauma that you're not going to see, maybe you do, maybe you don't, but what you might not see in 10 years when she's 27 years old or whatever, and she's trying to get, she's got all these things that she had to go through already, but then go into a court of law and say things that she might change her mind about later on in life when she grows up a little bit, understands what's really happening. Because right now, as a teenager, as a woman or a male, your hormones are flying. You're going
not just your hormones, just your mental capacity to put things together.
Right.
She has no need to not believe anything that she's been told. Right.
Right.
She doesn't have that life experience to start questioning maybe one or two things that unravel. It's like that string on that yarn with the sweater.
I would want my daughter to have the best thoughts in life as much as I can. If something like this was happening to me and I had the choice of to do or not to do, it would be completely not to do. It's up to the prosecution to prove their case without the two children. Are you serious? Come on. It's like having your wife testify against you. You know what I mean? Like, you should be allowed to do that.
If she left 34 Fairview and went and picked up the kids, okay, bring them in. That would go to state of mind. How was she when she picked you up? Was she happy? Mike, this is so outside the pale. It has zero to do. They're trying to say it has to do with their relationship, but again,
yeah.
I hope Hank, if it's about that, I hope Hank calls Higgins to the stand. Because if we're gonna go about relationship issues, right, and how Karen and John were, let's talk to Higgins, because I'm sure she confided into Higgins. What did Karen tell you about their relationship, right? Let's hear it from Higgins.
Yes, exactly. So if they put the kids up and they'll close the courtroom down because it's juveniles, if they bring up, they'll break it up and then they get cross-examined politely in the right way. Can they bring up parties that they had at the house? What happened to your game console? Who's involved with that? Who broke it? Your game console. Oh, Mr. Higgins did. You opened the door.
Yep.
So, you know what I mean? So he broke your game. It made you upset. You're blaming it on the breakup between your uncle and Karen, that he was even there, because that's the only reason he was there. I think you might open the door for to call him as a third party culprit, which they're already trying to do, but just gives you more ammo, so to speak. And to the jury who have younger kids and stuff like that, what they must be saying to themselves, this was unnecessary. You really didn't need to do this. We kind of know what you were trying to do. It could backfire. It could backfire big time.
I think what they've done, and if they bring the kids up, I want to go over the outside footage of CPD in Higgins, the Higgins video there. I want to go up because we saw a vehicle leave that night, didn't we?
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah.
We didn't look at the stamps of when we saw that when we first saw the vehicle, like the lights. Because if you notice the lights, they illuminate, right?
Yeah.
So we should be able to tell that car where it was.
We're around the back of the parking lot, right? That's what you're talking about. Yeah.
Did they follow Higgins into the CPD parking lot? Why am I not the buffer zone?
We just answered all these questions, Steph.
Soon, Steph. Maybe tomorrow. Is there court today? Yes, there is court today.
Yes.
I don't know where you heard that.
Yeah,
no one said anything other than court. Yeah.
And I would, Karen could have a 2-day illness is not uncommon. So
true.
But, no. So yeah. Everybody's all over the taking news a car about where to. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff going on. That's the Jeep. Ford Edge.
Has everyone checked on the TikTok girls? Because they got to be losing their minds with this stuff. I mean, I open TikTok and it's Karen Reed thing, and I don't even know any of these people. And it's just these people in the Midwest and wherever talking Karen Reed. And I'm just like, oh my God. Next, and it's another one. Do I have TikTok on this machine? I don't think I do. Where is she? All right, so let me pull the cord up. Law and Crime.
Oh, the courtroom. Yeah, they got it going on. Yeah, it's just court's on today. So
Yep.
I don't know.
Oh my God. Babysitter who poured scalding water on toddler, beat her to death, is guilty of murder. Oh,
Jesus Christ.
can't.
Oh, it's Sandra's birthday.
Today?
I think it's today, yesterday. Sandra Birchmont's birthday, yeah.
Oh no, did we miss it?
I think it was yesterday.
Damn it. Really?
Today was the 20th birthday. I think it was yesterday, yeah. Yep. Happy birthday, girl.
Right. Nurse Cam and Boozy were both on TikTok. And my other one,
keep on
Jay. Yeah. What? What, Mike?
What was I talking? I forget. You cut me off. What? Yeah.
TikTok. We're talking TikTok. TikTok. You there?
So what were you gonna say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Am I cutting out?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're breaking up.
Do you know why?
Yes.
I just freaking installed TikTok. I just put it on my machine once it started messing up. Wow.
Oh, by now. So they're watching everything you're doing behind the paywall or the wall right now, just so you know. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks for the views.
More Karen Reed.
Oh, shit. They don't count.
Jesus. I'm not a TikToker. Are you actually going to get a subscription and everything and do it? Are you going to be a talker? I think Flip should do it. I think Flip should be a talker, but there's so many people out there.
There really is.
Not to say that it would, not to say that it wouldn't help.
Oh, it'd be great. I mean, I'm not sure TikTok's ready for a flipper. I don't know if they can handle him.
Oh my god, he's got so much going on though.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like he just put out an awesome video. He's been putting out some really good content lately. If you have not followed him, check him out on Twitter.
Oh, dude, listen. I
What?
came across a bunch of stuff and I saw something. Took a picture of it. I want to see if you think it'd be good for him. But don't say what it is. Where is it? Where is it? I took a picture of it yesterday. Boom. I came across that in my stash. I was gonna burn it, but I don't want to like insult them. But then again, I'm like, wait a minute. Why don't I just give it to him?
Yeah. If he comes up, give it to him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though I hate that team.
Yeah, me too. I was ready to burn it. And I'm like, eh. Oh, there we go. Morgan and Morgan. I could say this commercial by heart now. Morgan and
Really?
Morgan. No, not really. Oh my goodness. Hi, everybody. Hi, Nikki. Danielle. Matter of fact, Danielle sent me a message yesterday.
Yeah,
and
Danielle.
I am so sorry about responding to people's messages. I get a message and I'm like, okay, I got to respond to that one. And all right, yeah, got to respond to that. And I don't know how to do that. Let me think about that. And then like something happens, like I fall asleep and then it's all over. I forget about everything that happened the day before because I'm too worried about what's happening in front of us now. So if you've sent me a message in the past that I haven't responded to, I'm very, very, very sorry. Not personal. What was this?
I want to send you where Scott McGillis got thrown out of Whistle yesterday.
Oh my God.
I can't believe I felt bad for him, Right, he rushed up there and and the two court officers come out and they're like, yeah, I don't recall the buffer zone being anywhere but Dedham, but the actual fuck is going on in the state this time to start dumping T. Y'all. I don't think she's been around here, but she posted it. Sir
Listen.
Thomas A. Wade.
Hey, absolutely. It's fucking time, dude. We need to go to the friggin' Mayflower and start having shit happen over there, man.
I feel bad for Scott, man.
Fucking Scott McInnes. The guy doesn't do a damn thing wrong. And they're going and busting his chops. Seriously? Oh,
Yeah.
that pisses me off, dude. He doesn't do anything. He stands there with his flag.
Yep.
Wow. Hold on, you guys get to see this.
Good morning, Nan. Attorney Gallagher's in the house.
Good morning. I have a Nan. I'm curious whether she thinks or anything about Aiden's I guess additional witness intimidation charges.
No, they're not additional.
No, they're what are they? They were already passed. They're
Yeah,
bringing it back
they're-
up, or it happened how long ago?
Yeah, March. Right? March something.
And they bring it up
April 4th.
yesterday. So isn't there
But,
like a I know they can take their time bringing charges, right? Because of the statute of limitations, but like why didn't they it's frustrating. Like they're
comment.
just
comment, she
doing
says.
that. And I'm glad the world can see how much the Norfolk County DA is just busting freaking chops. This isn't about justice. This is about busting chops. And they're busting Aiden's something fierce. It's sad. It's really sad. But the good part is we all see it. Bingo. Bingo. And it's because, why? Aiden was the one that stood up and said, hey, listen to this. Remember that? I
Yeah.
remember that night.
Yep.
Because I was like, no way. Nan, we know that if you were involved in any way, that 1, nothing happened. 2, nothing happened. And 3, that's the truth. We see it already. And I'm sorry you, as a person that resides in Massachusetts, I am extremely sorry you have to witness this. That you even have to be witness to the disgusting behavior put on by the people that we've elected and supported, and all that. I'm sorry, Nan. Massachusetts really does have nicer people in it. So I know you're smart enough to know there's a difference, but please know that we're really working on getting that bad part of our society.
Let's just call it what it is. Fucking Massachusetts sucks, dude.
It does, but it doesn't. The people here, Mike, there are some freaking amazing, awesome people here. And the good people outnumber the bad people. The bad people are just louder.
The people that suck, though, are the ones with all the power.
Yes.
And that's our fault because we voted in.
Bingo.
So, right.
Look at town of Canton. Look at the select.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
We're
changing that mother. Yep.
That's being changed as we speak in real time, right?
Yep.
And we don't know, right? But
Yep.
looking back, we can say, hey, look, it took 35, 40 years for the town to become this corrupt. And in what? 4 years, 5 years, you guys turned that and elected the entire whole new board, right? Think about that, Mike.
Yeah, 2022 we started. Yep.
Right. And it started back then. And what? It may take what? Another year or 2, 3?
I hope. Yeah, I would think that's
3 years
the
to go through the board.
Yep, 3 years. Yep.
Oh, say 7 years. Say in 7 years, you guys fixed what 40 years of absolute corruption made. You guys fixed it in only 7 years.
Yep. Johnny Cold Cuts Conley's out of there. Thank God.
Yep. Thank you. And
from what I'm hearing, the crew from Canton, which I love, they want everybody that's been there a long time. McCourt gone, Albert gone, and Lockman gone. They want them all gone. Just change up everything. Which, you know what?
And then
blow it up, start over again. Exactly.
And then once they have a majority, Mike, once they have a majority, what a really good thing might be to do is to give each one of the employees an application that they need to refill out, and then they need to be rehired for their job.
Oh, yeah. I don't think you do that, but that's
no, idea. That's what needs to happen. Will it happen? Probably not, but that's balls. Right. That's Mr. Trotter. Hey, you're going to answer for what you did. None of this freaking hiding behind a retirement shit. I got 2 more years to retire. I got 5 more years to retire. I don't want to rock the boat. I got to retire, and I got fucking kids and a wife and stuff. Tough. Too shit. Gone. If you were there within them 40 years, you're gone. You cannot have them people that are corrupt working back channels, because they're going to continue to work the back channels until there are no more back channels to work. That's all they know, Mike. If these people can steal once, they can steal twice. If they can work around the system once, they can work around it twice. If they can be corrupt once, they can be corrupt twice.
Yeah.
Second time, it makes it worse, though, because they already want to go right to the top. They always want more.
Well, another couple of weeks for Helena Rafferty to be gone. Her contract's up June.
And funny, you haven't heard about a replacement chief coming in, or
yeah, I have. I don't have the paper up here with me, but they are in search of one. It was very vague article, Tom. It was at the beginning, of the search. But I hope to goodness they don't bring up a deputy chief, because that just.
I know a female officer right now. She would make an amazing chief of police. She's been chief before too. I wonder if you could get her to lateral transfer from one to another. Because you know what? If this one was in charge, this girl, Mike, she'd be at your house every morning at maybe 8:10, knocking on the door. Hey, it's me, Mike. And you say, yep, let yourself in. And you're at the table, and you already got her coffee poured.
I never had that kind of coffee with Helena when she offered it up to anybody. I actually went down there and said, I want to get a cup of coffee with Helena. Like, come on, all this shit. And she said, no, told me to leave.
This lady would take her shoes off before she walked in that door. That's how courteous and professional this lady is. I can't say enough about her.
Well, hopefully she's in the running, because enough is enough. And Helena knows if she gets called to the fucking stand, watch out, people. Watch out.
Sidebar, we don't want to put names out, please. I don't want to publicly put them out there.
Oh yeah.
We can make
Yeah,
fun of you, but just make that go away. That comment. Can we delete
I
that
think
comment?
Sean on the golf should move back up here and be chief. He gets shit done.
Hey,
That's
Can't
him.
you want McDonough?
Yeah,
Can't
we
say
want-
no. Pass.
Can't
George
walk.
Russell wants him.
Telling you, he would fucking. I could just see him walking in there with that presence and be like, "Come here, mofo. Come here."
Ian, that is an absolute great amendment that we can make to the ballot. Oh, there's Miss Shelby. Imagine that, making that part of like an amendment, like a bylaw. If you're involved in a crime while on duty or under the guise of duty, you lose all retirement / pension / any type of fucking medical insurance, dental. You lose everything.
After a fair trial and all that bullshit, yeah.
If you got convicted,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this chief that just got busted for having the corrections chief just got busted having people do plumbing work at his house. He's got like probably 5 years left to retire. Just lost it all.
Mike.
To having people do plumbing work at his house for free. He risked it all.
Mike,
For fucking two grand.
Mike, let's play devil's advocate for a second, right?
Yeah.
You and me are cops in Canton, right?
Mm-hmm.
I break in, I steal 10 pounds of steak tips, and you catch me.
Yep.
And I say, dude, just don't worry about
Yeah.
it. Right. And you let it go. All right. So we'll say that's how it is. Do you by any chance think that if that same situation happened, I break in, I take 10 pounds of steak tips, you walk in, right then and there, if the decision you have to make is between me or your family that you have to go home to that night, what's that decision going to be?
You're fucked.
As I should be.
Right. Not here though.
If they were to lose their retirement, now it doesn't mean that they have to be fired from being a police officer. If they're convicted of stealing 10 pounds of steak tips, for example, we'll say, for conversation's sake, if they're convicted of stealing them steak tips and you get me dead to rights, you're gonna make a decision right on the spot. What's more important, this guy that's stealing or my family? Yeah, that decision is an easily made decision. It's not even a decision, is it, Mike?
Mm.
You pick the family every single time.
Yeah. Like this plumber from the Norfolk County Corrections Officer, right? He's a plumber and he's the one that did the plumber's work at the deputy chief, whatever over there. He came forward. He's like, he fucking testified against the corrections officer, the deputy chief, whatever his name is. Tom Brady is his name, actually. Tom Brady. And Aiden said he liked him. Aiden's like, I actually like the guy. He came up to me and says, you're different from everybody else inside here. So whatever. He goes, he treated me right, but still broke the fucking law, dude. Broke the fucking law. And what bothers me is that I don't know what I don't know and what's happened prior to this. Because let me tell you something, Mr. Tom Brady, the corrections officer, has done it before. It's not his first rodeo. He's probably had electricians. He's probably, and they work during the work time they're supposed to be doing plumbing work for the corrections office buildings or, for the prisons or the electrician. They're doing it during the daytime and they're not. So he's double dipping. He's getting paid. Maybe it's a slow day for the plumber. Hey, can you go over to my house? I need 2 toilets done, whatever. I don't know what he did, but the guy risked everything and gave the power. He had power over this plumber.
Think about how little he had. Think about how little he risked it for, Mike. How little?
$2 grand, maybe.
If that. If really, I mean, think about it. You do a friend a favor. You're not going to charge him friggin' markup. You're not going to charge him labor. You buy the part to do it for free. What did it really cost him?
Oh man,
Nothing.
he should have done.
Pennies on the freaking dollar.
So knowing that he was getting paid hourly already, sent him over to his house, right? Why'd you just do it on the weekend, dude, Mr. Brady? Like, what the fuck? And the he's old. He's in his late 60s.
Hold on.
Yeah. Like, what are you doing, dude? I would never sell my name for fucking month. Like, that is like the worst thing you can do. Because once you lose your name, once you're considered that kind of Mr. Brady, that's all, no matter how much good he's done, how much good he's done, he's always going to be remembered for the guy that used the plumber at his house. The dude abides. Yeah. Why did I shave the beard? Every now and then, like, you know, it's, I don't know. I just feel like I just want to restart and grow another one, right? The water's like going to be in the water soon. Sometimes it just takes a long time for it to drip and the salt water gets underneath my jacket.
Hey, hold on one second, Mikey. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. So I take it off, and because when you're surfing and stuff, I don't want to get caught in my zipper and shit. Sucks. So yeah, with that happening, just like shave it. Plus, I don't know what's underneath it. Sometimes I find food, mice and shit in there. Right, dog. Yeah. It's just like, it doesn't take me long to grow them back. That's the thing. And I tell you, guys out there that shave every day, it sucks. It sucks. Shaving every day, putting that suit on with a tie, I'm going to work and shoes on, and fuck that. You know, no thanks. And so now I don't have to do any of that stuff. I don't want to shave. Like, I fucking don't want to be on computers. I don't want to shave. Like, you were starting to look like the dad when he turned into Wolf. Yeah, plus I look younger, don't I? No, I don't know. Who knows? I don't care. We're talking about Tom Brady, the corrections officer. Yeah, who lost his job, pension after I don't know how many. We have to look up how many years he was there. But damn, fuck me, man. And he's probably been a great guy his whole life. Climbed the ranks, got into a position of power. Sent the guy over to his house to fix some toilets or whatever he had to do. You know, not a lot of money probably, but he did during work week hours. The fucking plumber dimed him out. The fucking guy lost his job. Lost everything. How bad did he just fuck up his future? Doggy, you grow a mean beard? Yeah, I don't grow, like, some people grow. Like, I look at Brian from LTL, like, he's got a good, nice beard going. Yeah. Ted saying the kids are there. Okay. Oh, yeah. So yeah, we were just talking about that earlier. Like, I wouldn't do that too much if I was Paul, or just, you know what? Everybody has their own opinions, and to try to. I mean, if Hank was saying we need him, that's how fucking desperate they are. I guess. I mean, and I know they didn't cross the kids. What I'm figuring out from last year is that they didn't really cross them. Maybe they do it nicely and ask them, hey, you know, who broke your remote? Remember Higgins was saying that he smashed the remote control when he's over there shit-faced, and, you know, trying to move it on John's girl. Dude, if I had a friend like Higgins, I don't need any fucking enemies, right? Trying to fucking backdoor my girl. Even if she was trying to, who needs enemies when, you know? Just, yeah. It's bro code, right? Bros before, you know? I don't know. That's how I grew up. Rule number one in the man card is you don't bang your buddy's girl. Period. If Higgins was a bro, he would have told John. Just saying. That's how I grew up. I've done it. I've said it to friends. Hey, you know, saw you whatever out with, so, you know, late night, whatever. You know, and someone's told me too. So it happens. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine women put on makeup every day, like, to make yourself beautiful. And trust me, nothing wrong with makeup on. I'm just saying, I fucking, man, I think I'd be a lesbian, honestly. I don't know. Like, sometimes I don't take showers until, like, you know, lunchtime. Just the way I roll. Back when I was in a routine, I'd be fucking shower. If I didn't shave, I'd be fucking, this is weird. But 25 years of that shit. You skip the makeup for that reason. Yeah, I've seen like listen. I still can't get over the fact how women can drive with one knee in traffic, right? And I'd be up next to one in traffic, and they can have the radio cranking, no hands on the steering wheel, looking in her mirror, it's tilted down at them, and putting up all the makeup on perfectly, and still drive the car perfect in traffic. That, my friends, is a fucking talent. And then look over at you and give you the wink, like, yeah, that's right, mofo. I'm like, damn, that's fucking talent, man. Like, and literally with their knee, and then looking, and then stopping in traffic, like just keeping up with the traffic. I'm like, fuck. Oh, blow drying your hair. I don't know how you fucking. Oh my god. So a lot of people here don't wear it. Like, I guess you could. Fuck off, dude. I take a shower, dude. I do know. I kind of go lost in my own little world here when I'm talking to you guys. It's weird, but I don't even know what Tom's doing. Someone showed up. Yeah, every now and then yeah, just taking a shower sucks sometimes. But guys that work every day fucking want to take showers. I do eventually. Maybe it's not first thing in the morning. I know. I know. Sammy, good morning. Yeah, everybody. Oh, here we go. Tommy's not here. Come on, Tommy. He's got the worst timing. I swear to God. Oh, sidebar. Okay. Get him. Tommy, what the fuck? Sorry about that. Tom's, I know he's like, I swear to God, of all the people, he picks the wrong time. So like, hold on 1 second. And it's like, oh, there's Peggy. Don't know who that is. Maybe one of the mods can grab it and put the volume on. Is Flip Ahead still busting my balls? Fuck, man. Oh, this Chinny Chin Chin. Don't know who that old timer is. Good to see him smile. The KK Classic Golf Tournament, huh? 4177. Tommy, it's on. Let's go. Hey. No, turn it on. You're on mute. What are you doing? Look at him. He's all panic mode. Volume. I gotta teach this guy everything. They're at as long as you have it up, they're at sidebar. All right.
Is there volume now?
No, they're at sidebar.
Okay.
But do you have it all the way up? What are you doing?
Yeah, it's all the way up.
What are you doing?
I got an emergency phone call real quick. Almost done. 1 second.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was good to see his father smile. Yeah, maybe there's a fucking van outside for Tommy. Yeah, if they bring the kids up, I'll be fucking bullshit. Well, I shouldn't. I won't be bullshit, but I'll be thinking about this from 10 years from now. But it is what it is, right? Can't. And if they had a choice, we can call them. We don't have to call them. Yeah, RBA dude. Yep. Played hoop with that dude, man. Like it was fucking nobody's business, man. Jamo Rama. I have no idea who those guys are in the back wall. I have no idea. I've never seen any of these people before. Is that Lou O'Connell? Or yeah, that's Lou O'Connell in the back there. With the 3/4 zipped like I wear. He's biting. What the fuck? Tom wants me to get on a phone call. No fucking way. I'm not doing it. Why does this have to happen right now, Tommy? Can't you just tell the fucking whoever it is to fucking kick rocks? Jesus. Hold on. All right, hold on, people. All right, Tom will be right back. Lou O'Connell? Why do we? I don't hate anybody. Oh, there's Granty. Grant, buddy, what's going on? Ted Daniels is there. Quarters is packed. Yeah, kids are supposed to be testifying. I don't know what's going on. Oh, is that Mr. Sweeney in the front row? It is. Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. Oh, that's cool. Good to see him in there. Well deserved. Well deserved. Good guy. Good family man of the Canton. Gets a lot of peaceful protesters out there when he can. Nice and tanned up from being outside. Hey, don't forget, he was the one that had his grass water balloon with the bleach and shit and socks. You know, he had a nice garden out there. Fucking ruined it. Nothing ever came of that either. Welcome to Canton, you know what I mean? I don't know what to tell you. You know, should I change Donkey Lips to Donkey Noggin? I don't know. Yeah, you're right. This is after DeChico. That's his nickname for the state police, Donkey Lips. Yeah, a bunch of new faces. You know, maybe I don't know. Is it Erin in the back row? I can't tell behind that out the way yet. I don't know. Chinny Chin Chin's there. That's Dougal's wife. And the guy to the right of Paul, I don't know who that is at the end. I don't know. Yeah, Mr. Sweet, he's a good guy. Good family. Yeah. Yeah, you know what, Donkey Nugget, I'm gonna change it up tomorrow. Kick rocks, yeah. I wonder how bad Grant smells today, though. Did he? All right. Speaking of showering, do you think he actually took a fucking shower today? Let's be serious. And then Lou O'Connell, I want to. She's live tweeting, right? I don't follow her. She's basically just a mouthpiece. She doesn't really put her own feelings into anything. She embeds herself with a community or writes about a community that she likes. Now, Ted Daniels, he's got fucking big ones sometimes. I give him a little bit of rope, right? Give him a little bit of rope. A little longitude, latitude kind of thing.
All right, so
Karen's going to the bathroom.
All rise for the court, please.
Or stand up. Damn, what happened? You think they're gonna clear out that Grant smells like disappointment and piss? Hey, do you remember last year when he would hide out in the chairs and just and fight people about the chairs and all that shit? People were sleeping out at night and stuff. Fucking crazy. Oh man. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I don't follow Grant. I just tried. I hit the bitch button. They go to Block Island. Which I go surfing in September and last week or August. I'm gonna spend 3 weeks out there this year. If you guys want to come out to Block Island, let me know. I got a house on the beach. Just bring your fishing rod and shit. Yeah, more than welcome. Come look me up, hook me up, whatever you want to do. If you've never been to Block Island, it's a treat. It's off the coast of Rhode Island. Okay, incredible. Do they have any food at the house? Yeah. Yeah, it's up Point Judith. Yep. Go across like I think it's 16 miles from Point Judith. Oh, Barry, yeah, Barry, you go up there, yeah, fucking blocks the way to go, dude. Literally, can just pull over on the side of the road and go to the beach. It's like I shouldn't be talking about because I don't want you invading my little spot. Wait a minute, I'm there. Yeah, you have food fit. Yeah, it's fucking it's the shit, dude. You know. Yeah, let's have like one of those beach party houses where we get all the content creators and all the people in the chat hanging out, fucking just Tito's and fucking sodas all day at the beach, surfing up, fishing up, go to bed like around 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night, wake up early, do it again on the beach by 9. Fucking the shit, dude. I'll be right back in a second. Do I drink? I do, but I probably drink only in Block Island. And when I drink, dude, I they have these great mudslides down there. Oh, dude, there's some stripers. Yeah. Oh my God, there's some hogs down there. But I'll drink tequila, vodka, and they have this. They have some other stuff down there. But I don't drink a lot though, like because I don't want to be banged up the next day. I mean, it sounds like Epstein Island. Yeah. Fuck. But anyways, Tito's, Red Bulls, yeah. I mean, and it's a good if you want to hang out in bars and stuff down there. It is the place jumps. I mean, jumps for the young crowd. The Yellow Kitten. I mean, there's all kinds of places down there. But I drink a lot of martinis at the Spring House. There's a couple places we drink. We had martini night on Thursday nights over there. So, or I drink Cosmos. I know, Cosmos, but they are good, dude. You just give them in a martini glass. Yeah, all right, man. You guys want to come? I'm not fucking around, man. It's yeah, so I'm going for 3 weeks. $7,500 a week to rent this fucking place. I've seen more expensive places, but it's literally I can just walk out my door and go out to the water. Right? You can smell the sea, you can smell the salt, hear the waves crash, that kind of shit. Right? That's the way to go. Oh wow, from Bristol Bay. Holy shit. All right, so they do paddleboard from New York across the Block Island. So Block Island is kind of a weird spot. It's off the coast of Rhode Island, but it's also parallel to New York. And in between New York and Block Island is a great area for baby sharks, like 10 footers and under to grow up because there's so much food out there. So it's infested with sharks down there. And so I go down there, I fish for false albacore and stripers, blues. But the false albacore, I like the little, football-sized tunas. fuck, dude, those are so much fun. Yeah, tequila, man. So usually I would do when I was down there a lot more too, and we had a party crowd with us. I would do a shot of tequila every morning before I went to the beach, and then I wouldn't drink all day because if you drink all day in the sun and you're in the water, you're doing your thing, and you're with everybody, it's so for me, anyways. It was so hard for me to get out and get going again because once I go in, I'm all in. Like it's like there's no turning back. Like I drink to get drunk. I don't drink just to have a drink. Yeah. Like fucking tan as fuck, you know. I love the sun. I'm a sun bummer. So I go up to Duxbury quite a bit too. So this picture from LTL. Nice thumbs up. I like the blue suit on her, man. I gotta say, I love that color, light blue. Yeah, I get some pictures of like false albicos. I mean, Albies. Good stuff. If you guys have fished out there, you know. Here we go. Wow, they can go topless now in Nantucket. You can go topless on any public or private beach in Nantucket now. Maura Healey. Oh, wow. There is a nude beach on Block Island, by the way, if you want to go.
Yay. All persons had any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
good morning again, council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Jones. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable. And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
May I?
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce two clips.
Okay.
The first clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
There's innuendo here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew, he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hey, can the defense play any clips from Boston Finest with Brian Albert? You know, all that
All right,
bullshit.
Ms.
Someone just said that on
McLaughlin, who's
Twitter.
your
That's a good
next
idea.
witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
All right, here we go. Yeah, so that's a good question. I forget who just said it, but that's a great question. Why doesn't the defense take clips from Brian Albert and Boston Finest and Boston Finest 2, whatever, with all the wrapping of his gloves and all the hitting in the boxing ring, and and play those fucking clips? Yeah, great fucking question. Just a reminder, this is from Aiden just 2 minutes ago. Just a reminder, before Jennifer McCabe brainwashed John O'Keefe's then 13-year-old niece, the girl told Karen Reed that she can't imagine my life without you. You are the most amazing person I've ever met. These children adored Karen, and she helped raise them when Paul O'Keefe wouldn't. Now the Commonwealth is using them as a weapon to frame her. Wow. How true is that? How true is that? That's just, like I said, we were talking earlier about what's going to happen with these children's minds. Hopefully they're fine. I hope they're fine, but still, even when you lose a parent at a young age, it's traumatizing. You have to get through that whole, that loss stays with you. It's part of you. It's who you are. And then to lose an uncle, and now you're testing your mind against the uncle's girlfriend. Okay? Let that sink in for a second. Would you, I know a bunch of children, and I don't care how much was on the line, so to speak, unless they were directly involved with the assault or something like that. But this scenario where the cards are laid out this way, there's no way I'm doing it. They didn't witness anything, right? We're talking about a relationship. You're telling me these kids understand what a relationship is, like to the core? How much do these kids not see, right? I don't. What do I know? What do I know? But I know this is that I had cousins that lost both their parents. They came and lived with us. They lost their parents within 6 months of each other. Naturally, not naturally, but bullshit. And and they were young. And it has an effect. My parents weren't their parents, kind of thing. Kids are the most innocent thing in the world, and you got to do this to them. Doesn't make sense. But anyways, I digress. Yeah. Karen Reed is a smoke. She's a smoke. No doubt about it. Yep. Tommy's still on the phone. Jesus. And she says some really nice things about Karen. I can't imagine my life without you, kind of thing. All that stuff. Oh my God, yeah. They make tequila, whiskey, gin, as well as pepper vodka. Oh yeah. Wow. Must be distilled nice. Thanks. And the flour. Wow. Yeah, we usually load up before we head over and stuff. So yeah, because you get over there, it's like, it's inflated, to say the least. They have one supermarket. It's crazy. You gotta time your day, one gas station. All right, legit. And it's the way we like it. Properties through the roof out there. You can't find a house under a mill. And usually they're like passed down to families. Uh-oh. What just happened? Come on, Tommy. Yeah, my wife found it, and she's been going there. I think it's like a 28th year in a row, something like that. Yeah, she doesn't miss it. Yeah, I don't know what happened, guys. Tommy's out doing stuff. He's making phone calls about something. He's doing personal business on our time. Unacceptable. He had all day yesterday to handle the shit. I don't know what he's doing. I'm gonna bother him. Feed is down. I'm gonna go to another channel, see if they can really. I don't want you guys to leave, but let me just see what's going on. Yeah, just the fan's up, so everybody's talking bullshit. I've always liked that baby blue suit, that color. It's nice, really nice. So, has anybody been watching on Peacock? Mobtown with Tom Hardy. Anybody's been watching that? He's probably juggling 3 women at once. Nah, I don't think so. Yeah, so check out Mobland. Is it Mobland or Mobtown on Peacock? Man, holy shit, dude. With Tom Hardy in it. And a couple other guys you'll recognize. It's over in the UK. These guys don't fuck around. It's a TV series, yeah. Yeah, it's got like probably episode 7 right now, so you can binge it tonight, man. And then the other one I was watching is it's called Dope Thief. Well, these 2 guys from Philadelphia, pretty good too. Morning, Meg. Check it out. Yeah, you'll thank me for it. If you're into that stuff. Like it's not like circa Goodfellas. It's more like today's Tom Hardy's a fucking badass, enforcer, so to speak. So I don't know what Tom's doing. He just wrote back and said, fuck. I don't know. Tom's like, more money, more problems. I doubt it. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, John. Yeah. Even with your own parents, like the first year is the hardest, man. Oh, yeah, this is another tweet from Eden 3 minutes ago. A couple of months after Jim McCabe helped murder John O'Keefe, she formed a group called Peggy's Angels that took Peggy Keefe and Katie Furbish out to dinner, kept them close, and manipulated them. She knew that her 227 Google search would eventually come out. But when it did, they'd have a hard time believing it was true if she stayed close to them. She's right, dude. She's right. Jim McCabe has got to be like one of the most hated people in America. I'm reading. I have a picture. Yeah. Like Mike Camerano's wife was there, who was down the end of my road. Like, you don't want to be part of this Peggy's Angel group. Fucking man. Jim McCabe even looks like a fucking sicko. And Kerry Roberts and Jesus Christ. Who does this shit? Ugh, man. I wonder how they feel about it now. Like, do they really wish they went to dinner, knowing what they know now? I mean, if you lied to the FBI when they pull into your driveway, your first instinct, it just tells you a lot about a person, right? Hey, can you put just okay? People that want me to do work now. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's right. The Diddy. Okay. Can you guys see that? View tab and StreamYard.com. Yeah, it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's not sharing. Present. Yeah, it's not. It's not. It's not. Where the fuck is Tommy, man? What the fuck, Tom? Dude. Yeah, the fans are still going. Yeah, so the fans are still going. I don't get all this pizza. Yeah. So there's nothing really going on. There's something gonna work. I have it up here, but I just want to get back to my screen. Oh gosh. Hey, this is crazy. Tom just leaves me hanging. Son of a bitch. Carry. So right now their kids are testifying. I wish I had like a video to show you guys something, but that's not me. So that's what's going on. Blah, 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 blah. Fuck the fan. Fuck the fan. Did you guys see the fan when I just had it on or no? Oh, Tom's electricity went. Okay. Jesus Christ. That sucks. Were they cutting trees down or something over there? Nice. Yep, ceiling fans. Thank God ceiling fans on today. And thanks for nobody jumping ship on me today. That's pretty good. Tom's still not back. No, I guess he lost electricity, so he's trying to figure out where it's coming from. Maybe. I don't know what happened. Yeah, it's microdots. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I got it from their the store. Yeah. Can you guys see the microdots? Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah, I like the brim. You know, it's kind of cool. So, yeah. So hopefully Beverly Canoni rewrites the fucking buffer zone today. That would be could be interesting, you know. It only took this much time for it to happen. Take our First Amendment rights away. It's amazing what a person with a gavel can do. It shows you the strength of a gavel, huh? There you go, Albert. Yeah, baby. I just started wearing flat brims. I was a baseball player, so I used, I had it the other way. And then, skateboard and stuff for that whole time, surfers wear the flat brim. But I don't know. I wasn't a hat guy for a long time. I have I have the closed captions on, so you can actually see something that happens. How smart am I, huh? I played second base. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. Then I got hurt. Yep. Playing basketball. Not in the off season. I tore every ligament in my ankle. Sucked. I have no idea what that means, empty flower. No clue. Anywho, Yeah, shortstop is a great position. You got to do it all there, man. And then I was catcher when I was real young. The flat brim hat, yeah. He should sell flat brim hats. I would wear one of his flat brim hats. I've noticed though he hasn't been wearing baseball hats lately. I wonder why. I think he looks better without a baseball hat. That's just me. And then I played a lot of golf when I got older. Yeah, the Video Jesus one of I like her stuff. She really breaks down like do you all think that's not Higgins? I mean, that's not Brian Albert in the Canton CPD. A lot of people on TikTok are saying, well, it could be, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, bad knees. I have bad ankles. Bad knee. Yeah, so when I was catcher, I was back like in the Pee-wees and all that bullshit. And I liked it. You're the captain of the team, Oh, I'm not that guy. This is like, I've had this hat for months, but I've never worn it. But that's it right there. I usually don't wear that. I'm actually a catcher, but I know where you're going with that, Athens. Oh, you worked at ESPN, Barry Lewis? Oh, cool. At Nesson, I mean, yeah, that's awesome. I used to be a switch hitter. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, man. Yeah, this Peggy's Angels thing is it's pretty bogus. Pretty bogus. And you know what? What's weird is that Kerry knew, that's what sucks. Oh yeah. Does that mean I can stop my thing? Or no?
Hey.
Yeah.
Yes, you can stop yours. I don't know if you got it up there or not, did you?
I don't know, but I'm gonna stop. Tell me.
Yeah, you can. I got it.
What about the captions? Oh, there they go. They're gone.
Do you want them on?
No. Oh, for the bottom. Yeah, for the bottom, yeah.
You do want them on? Okay.
For the bottom. Do you guys want the captions on for the bottom? I don't know. Thanks, man.
All right.
Is he was he still on the phone?
I have no idea. I just flew home to fix this, so at least we're good for now.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. I don't see this going for a long time, though. But if you guys need to get up and stretch your legs and get another cup of coffee, go ahead.
So
I don't know, man. Grant Ellis Smith. Now we see an unedited clip where Karen admits her relationship with John because of Karen attempting to start an affair. One juror is shot. The towel. And then someone's like, you're such a liar. Why do you lie so much, Grant? Seriously. Yeah, the retrial, the Diddy trials out today too, man. And just so you know, Matthew Farwell has not been charged by the state police yet either. Because you know what happens if the state police start charging Farwell? They're gonna open up a can of whoop ass on themselves, right? Anywho. Yeah, P. Diddy, did you see that thing where he was holding his girlfriend down and someone standing over her and shit? Crazy shit, man. It looks like he looks through keyholes. Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, we don't need we should hear the audio though. You're right. I think Massachusetts is back in the dark ages when it comes to courts and stuff. You know. Oh, my clock. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Shut up. That's the stench code in my office. Like instead of a fire meter or CO carbon monoxide, I have a stenchometer. Have you guys tried these up? Fucking good. Yeah, Tim Wake. I miss that guy, man. He lived in Hingham. He lived in Black Rock on a golf course with his wife. Yeah. Good guy. It's fucked up, man. He got cancer. She got cancer. 2 young kids. Sucked. What about Tim Wakefield? 2003. He gave up that home run at Fenway to Aaron fucking Boone. Hung a curveball. In 2004, same thing. Wakefield's on the mound, game 7 or something like that. Closed it out. That's a competitor. Right? Give me the ball. That's how I was. I was a shooter. I don't give a fuck if I missed 3 times in a row. I'm shooting again. I wasn't looking to pass. I never passed. No. I was like Ray Allen. Once you gave me the ball, you're never going to see it again. Oh, Jesus. He was, dude. Yep. He was, I remember he was in 2003, he was crying. You know. But, you know, he came back the following year. He was right back in the same situation. Well, 2004 when they won the World Series. What a magical time to watch the World Series and that shit, huh? That was unbelievable. Yeah, I don't think the kid's gonna be long either. They're gonna bring him in, bring him out. I don't, we'll hear about it. I don't even know. Is anybody tweeting, guys? Do you know? Oh. Jonathan Hall. I am not in the courthouse today. Okay. Well, they can only take notes about the kids. Yeah, no one's really tweeting anything, guys, so I can't find out anything. Say a praise for Jason Tatum, man. He's gonna need it. But Kevin Durant is he made it back. Oh wow, nice card, dude. Donkey. Oh shit, really get somebody sick. Wow. I like it, man. Good stuff, bro. I'll have to send you a picture of my Bronco. I guess 71 Bronco. That I just use in the summertime for the beaches. With the beach buggy. Well, yeah, so Farrell's case has not been called yet. He was arrested before P. Diddy. Diddy is already in trial. Yeah, he's gone for he's gone for a while. Tatum. That was just, you could see it happen too. He just, you know what I mean? He just pushed back in his back foot and pop goes the weasel. Oh. Anyways, we won't talk about Jason. He had surgery yesterday and it went well. Oh. Yeah, Tatum's gone. I mean, but there's so many other superstars on that. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what the fuck that means, man. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's fucking badass, dude. You nice little trail there, Mr. No Donkey, huh? Nice, dude. This guy Cosgrove really has it out for Turtle Boy, huh? How can people be so mean to dogs? What the fuck? Like, back to the Celtics. they have other people that can take up, you know, and score 15 to 20 points off the bench, no problem. We just need a couple other guys to show up. Yeah, I agree with that, Mr. Cole. And like I have no time for this stuff, and obviously it's approved by the family, and well, you know, they know what's best for them. When I say them, who do you think it is? The kids or the family? You know, just fuck, man. Hopefully they're going to talk to people. You know, that's all I'm saying. Because I want them to be fine. I don't want anything to happen. And all you can, if something does happen and it's bad, people are just going to go back to the situation and say, well, they should have never been put into a situation where it was this kind of stress. And who knows what they're saying right now, right? We don't even know what they're saying. So, but if the prosecution's calling them, you can only wonder, right? I don't know. Interesting shit, man. Yeah, Tom is actually digging up Jimmy Hoffa in his backyard. Yeah. I don't know what he's doing, man. I didn't see this coming. He didn't tell me about. I mean, it's an emergency. I have no idea. Hopefully, everything's okay. Oh, I can't wait for Julie Bagel to be called. Oh, cool, Cop style. You get your new shirts, huh? From Turtle Boy. The kids are still going, Darcy. Yep. Because you know what, the kids going through this stuff, right? You could do without it, right? There's a prosecution trial without these kids involved. Am I wrong? Am I right? Am I wrong? I mean, you don't need these two people, young people, to give their input about a relationship between adults. My opinion. Just saying, man.
Hey.
Yo, what's up, man?
Hey, can you hear me, man?
I can hear you. Yeah, can't see you.
All right, where are we? What do we got? How bad is it?
The fan's still going. The kids are still testifying.
Okay.
Who's
Was there
Lackey?
anything beforehand, or just regular open trial?
Regular open trial. And then they called the kids.
Okay.
Yeah. You coming back on?
And I really hope Jackson. Yeah, well,
Huh?
in a bit, but I hope Jackson and Yannetti just get up. Whoever it is, I hope they just get up and say, "No questions, Your Honor," like they did last time.
Yeah,
I think
I
that
agree with
shows more to the jury, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
but you know, if I don't know, man, they did that last year. Do you want to, if you do the same thing over and over again, kind of thing? But maybe there's some questions they have that could make it sound like no, they were actually, for the most part, lovey-dovey for in the beginning and or spin it some way. I don't know. I don't know.
True. I mean, think about it. They can ask Karen, "Did you not get iced coffee for her in the morning before school?" Right?
Anything like that that's positive will help. Yes. Yep, I agree with that. I mean, to use kid to, huh?
Camera work.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
I just think that to use kids to dissect Steve-O 24. This isn't about the kids. I understand. Exactly. They want all the they can from these kids. They're using the kids. And there's to use these kids to be like, we need you to say something that you think the relationship was going south, or whatever you want to do. It just bothers me. I don't know. If your case was strong
But like
on the
Mike,
prosecution,
what could what could the kids say that would put any bad thought in the jury's mind? I mean, think about it. The jury, they're human too.
Yeah, what you're saying is John was a bad dad, and he was allowing a bad person to be around his kids. And in the big picture, right?
Well,
so if John was dating Karen, she was a bad influence. Then what was John doing? Why wasn't John?
You gotta realize though.
What? You there?
Well, Mike, was he really the dad taker, or was he just,
Hey,
what was he to these kids?
It's not what we think of it.
Uncle John?
No. Hey, listen, I'm not going to even go there with that. Let's not, because he was there for a reason. He was doing fine.
But
let's not diminish.
Kids.
I understand it. No comparison. Right. Every parent's different, Tommy.
Right. In any difference, right? Any difference. There's nothing that was negative, is what I'm saying. John did the absolute best he absolutely could. No one says any differently, Mike. Not one other person says differently. So why bring these kids on the stupid stand? There's nothing. I don't see. There's nothing they could say, right, that would break that.
So if I wanted to discredit,
I know my nephews. If I had to take care of my nephews, I would want to be the best person I could be for them.
Right.
Right. And I don't see how John didn't do that.
I don't know. He didn't. I mean, I agree with you. I think.
What's this? Don't diminish John. I'm actually not. It's the actually other way around. I'm not diminishing him at all.
I just think every situation, especially that situation with that where lost two of their parents, you have your uncle come in.
Yeah.
You have a woman come in that's very, very nice to them. So the only thing I can think of, like, they'll be talking about the end of the relationship if it was going bad. I mean, there's other people saying that she was a babysitter with benefits. It doesn't really matter, man.
Okay.
You can say people can say all they want, but at the end of the day, it's what the kids thought of her. And in my opinion,
and guess what?
Yeah.
If the kids didn't like Karen,
Oh, they've been talking about it.
John would have taken care of it. Karen would have been gone.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. Yep.
Why? So why would you want Karen Reed in your orbit? She was an adjunct professor, a money manager, owned a house, had $100,000 car, had her own money.
Very smart. Yep.
I would. Yeah, she had keep a good feeling. Why wouldn't I want that person around my kids? Right. But if
Sure. Good example.
Right.
Look at this one.
Right.
Strong, powerful woman. Teacher.
now
Still
now
young,
you have
too.
now you have Jen McCabe around her, who has 4 daughters, who's been caught lying to the federal, been caught
First
lying
thing
to
you
a
do is
jury.
lie to him, Mike. Wow.
So it just doesn't make sense to me how brainwashed some people must. I don't know who gave the good nod to say, yeah, go ahead, throw the kids up there. I would be like, fuck you, run your case the way you want to run it without the children involved. Period.
Exactly.
Hard stop. Because if you need my kids to get a conviction, we're fucked. Something's wrong here. Okay, something's wrong with this whole prosecution. Because if you need kids to come up and testify about a relationship to maybe start proving about a motive, you're fucking stupid.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
That's just you fucking. That's stupid, man.
Mike.
Oh, I don't know.
You know, it's funny. The person who said that don't about John, right? You made me think. Mike, this whole trial and the last trial too for that case, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only negative thing that we've ever heard about John is the Aruba trip. That's it.
Well,
you don't hear about John being an asshole. You don't hear.
We did.
Not once did I hear a bad thing from another cop about John.
No.
That makes sense?
I know what you're saying, but would Karen caught him with another girl, kind of thing? What?
And what did she perceive it to be, Mike?
Who, Karen?
Was she drinking too?
I don't know.
Right. But other than that one thing, I've heard not a bad thing about John, about his things.
You broke up, buddy, but I don't know what you said. But
Right,
the other thing is that you're a great guy. I don't care what Tom's saying about you. They weren't married, true. And the other thing is too, like if John's hanging out with all these guys at bars, they all have kids the same age as John had. Okay, Kurt Roberts, Mike Camerano, they all had kids the same age. It was kind of what you did in Canton. That was you. Canton is a drinking town, dude. That's what they did, and they played sports, man. They're a good hockey team, but a lot of kids that have got some money or good parenting, they know to get them out of Canton and go to Bishop Feeney or wherever they're gonna go. And if you're an athlete, you get picked out right away. Just saying. So John had his daughter going to his niece going to Bishop Feeney. Okay, that's fucking awesome. And then it gets pulled away from her, and she's going to Canton again. Just outside looking in. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but wouldn't you rather go to Bishop Feeney? I don't know. Yeah, John was blowing off Karen big time, and then he wasn't. I don't know.
Am I less choppy now?
Yeah, you're all right.
Okay. Yeah, so like if someone's a jerk, other people know about it, right? I mean, how do you think I get so famous?
I don't know if Karen talked to anybody. I have no proof. I don't know what Karen was saying to anybody else. All I know is she was dishing Higgins, but obviously she was. They were close to the. They were very close to the end of their relationship. Yes. it was probably not too much longer before it was over. But she did say they were intimate the week prior, or the Thursday night before, or whatever, the Friday night before, whatever the hell it was. So it's not like it was completely dead. Like they were living in 2 different rooms because she would, I don't know. Actually, she didn't like sharing a bed with anybody. So she did have her own bedroom, it sounds like. What's up? Yeah, I have my own blankets too. I like that. So, I have my own comforter that I sleep with. I don't know. It's a lot of different ways you can break it down.
Yep.
But I would put like a therapist up there, a psychologist, and be like, what I would, before you put the kids up there, I would have sent them to a psychologist on my own free will and said, hey, what are the ramifications of doing what they want us to do? What's the long-term ramifications? Are they going to can we get emotional and support for these kids afterwards? Because what happens is they're just going to go back to their normal life and no one's going to talk about it, whatever happens at the end. And, they're going to just go on with their lives and hopefully they live a fulfilled life. You know what I mean? They've definitely been through enough, man. There's no need to do this to them. And if you're Hank Brennan or Mike Morrissey and you're doing this just so you can save your asses, which you're not going to be able to anyways, shame on you. Shame
we know who's
on
coming
you.
on after the kids, Mike.
I don't know, but Flip's coming on a little bit, just so you know. You got to keep an eye out
Great.
for him.
That'd be great. I love
Yeah.
Flip.
Yep. Who's Lappy? Who's that? Someone's phone?
That's my laptop.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's how I'm able to be on.
Okay.
Benefits. There's no way. What benefit does Karen get for doing that? Nothing. She loved those kids and would never hurt them. Like takeaway. That's right. Great point. Absolute great point. Karen was so vested with the children, she would not take John away from them.
Yeah, true. Yep, absolutely, man. And do people suggest that? Yeah. Now you have Jen McCabe in their life, and it's all because of the mother, of the grandmother, telling them, hey, it's okay, she's a good person, right? She helped us out. What happens when it all goes south? And it will. What do you tell them then? How do you undo this? Well, we fucked up and we found out that this person's not a nice person any longer. And we're sorry we put you through that, and just walk away with it and make sure that they're okay with that. I don't buy it. I wouldn't do it.
Mike,
That's it.
Can you see yourself in any part of this whole trial? Could you see yourself like in Higgins' position, or Collins for that matter, or Chris Albert's position, like involved in any way? Could you see yourself like that?
No, I would get to see myself like John, or maybe Mike Camarado. Maybe Mike Camarado. Just regular dude doing the right thing. When put in a position to do the right thing when no one's looking, just do the right thing. That's what Mike Camarado was doing. That's what John. That's what John was doing. He was, if anything, he wasn't. He wasn't doing anything wrong, man. But now the cover-up's happening, and you have all these family members and this party people and civilians, we'll call them, and cops involved, and Boston PD involved, and it's just a fucking shit show. And John, I see him sometimes, to me, that he gets looked over, and this is a perfect example that if your case is not that strong and you don't have the juice to convict Karen without the kids, then fuck you, Hank. Because Hank, would you put your kids up there, Hank? That's the question you need to ask yourself, Hank.
Right.
Would you do it?
Exactly.
Would you do it to your kids, Hank? That's how I don't know. I wouldn't do it to my kids if I had them.
You want to take a peek at Higgins coming into CPD? Back parking lot?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't care as long as you can work it.
Yeah, yeah. Check this out, right? Share screen. Yes. All right. Check this out, Mike. Okay. Higgins is gonna go. Watch him get out of the truck. No other cars moving in lights. Okay. Getting something. Getting something. Oh, shut the door. Boom. Now he just stands there. We didn't see the car in the parking lot, did we?
Which one, buddy?
Remember there was a car we saw?
Oh, it doesn't happen until after this. It leaves
Okay.
afterwards. Yeah.
So he went in, and the car is still in the parking lot. That one that we don't know where it went.
Right. Here's that bag we were talking about, right? You there, Tom?
Yep. Yep.
That car just left out back. Oh shit. Holy shit, there was a car out back parked there, and now it's gone. What the fuck? Did you guys see that? Let's back that up. The other problem I have is see the car to the far right. It's all cleaned. It's not gathering any snow. I don't know what that is. So where Higgins got the bag from looks like a truck that you would keep your jump bag in, like if you pull up to a crime scene. Yeah, and let me rewind this. I don't know what the car on the way back is gone. I don't know what Tom is. Tim, you saw it? Yeah. Yeah, the one to the right there. I don't know what that is over there. I don't know what that is. You break it up, buddy. Yeah, this is a Colleen Crawford special. Some bitch.
Found it a little bit.
Huh?
It's close. What do we?
Yeah, you break it up. Yeah, I mean, there's no. I don't know. Is this the end of it, Tom? Are we all done, or?
No, it's still going. I rewound it a little bit.
Oh. Oh, the car's not there anymore. It's not parked behind the Jeep anymore. Way in the back corner there. Right? Yeah, Beach Bum, the one to the right was bothering me the first time I saw this. Like, why is that car so clean? It's sitting there with its heat on, right? That's what I thought too. Like the Jeep's still running with its heat on, probably too, right? Because there's no snow getting on it. I don't know, Com. These are all things I would like to find out. Don't know. Like, whose car is that on the right side? And what was in the so now he comes from out of nowhere, right? And what was in the bag? I would think it would probably be a Blood Light, right?
All right.
If he goes back.
Every time we see this, we're seeing more, aren't we? Look how clean this car is. Zach, how clean that car is there?
On the far right, yeah.
Yes, very clean.
Is Quint back? Oh, yeah.
Yes, very clean.
Let's see. Yeah, Quint's back, dude.
Yeah, I'm going there right now.
All right.
Go ahead.
If you have a chance, go to Microdots, guys, and check it out yourself, man. Yeah, I know. We can make up all this other bullshit. So, I don't know.
Processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Oh, wow.
Typically, troopers work on
Lally talking.
They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs.
You gonna fix this, Tom?
Maynard
You know
encompasses
what's
a
going
large
on here, buddy?
area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
It's all choppy, Tom. Your laptop sucks.
Were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022? And where?
Fuck my life. This shit should not be happening, folks. Okay, come on. Tommy. Moderators, anybody help us?
Mike, can
It stopped,
When
Tommy.
did you arrive
It
at Canton
stopped.
Police
Yeah.
Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
Yeah. Paid for me to assist
Hold on.
in documenting
Hold on.
a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
It's all
And
fucked
who
up,
do you
Tommy.
recall being present during your time at the Canton Police
I can't fix
Department
that.
and during that search warrant execution?
What? Yeah, you can find another
Trooper
station.
Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime
Right.
lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the
Sammy will
search
be
warrant?
right there. Oh, God.
I'm aware of at least 3.
working on it.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Just need volume. The stream's behind a few seconds. Okay. There you go. Okay. There we go. This is better.
To determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented, proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
There we go. Now we're professional.
Seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instrument or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
Main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape be placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
What is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken.
What the fuck? Uh-oh. What happened?
So I don't know.
Okay. Let me get it up here. I'll go to Fox Boston instead of Law and Crime. How's that? Boom.
I don't know, bro.
It's opening. Give me a second.
Attention was directed to certain areas.
Yeah, so fuck, Law and Crime, I guess.
That's it. There's a fucking video.
Significant amount of snow present. Snowbanks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, In addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, Como will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc. And if
So asked to take photographs.
there's no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
Oh, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
I think Bev misses Lally just a little bit. If I'm going to be honest,
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
John's
Your Honor,
jeans
with the
had
court's
grass
permission,
stains.
If I could.
I don't know
just
what was
publish
going on with
a
those
few of
jeans. They didn't look right though.
Okay.
That's the fucking damn sure. She's scratching her nose with a thing on her mouth. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Nettie will be doing lacrosse.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness just
Yes.
briefly? Your Honor, presenting you with 3 photographs. Do you recognize
Yeah, Stacy,
what's
yeah.
depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I Como seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
I think if why is Lally directing right now? I had a feeling Brennan says, well, if I'm going down, I'm not going down alone. I'm taking people with me. Right? That makes sense, right? If you had a lock, stock, and barrel case, you take it this whole way. You take it all the way.
A through 134C.
Thank you.
'Cause, and I know Lally's not even in the same class. So.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's
Ms.
been a
Gilman, if I could
minute,
have
Lally.
photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading?
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Louis Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section,
That's correct.
and that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks are to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Lally's just fucking standing up. He's not even sitting down. He's back to his old fucking tricks again. The jury can't unhear that, though. What he's getting at, people, if this guy came up from Maynard and then all of a sudden was transferred over to the CPAC unit. Like Tommy's been saying all along, it's all about the money. This guy did him a solid. I'll make sure you get your fucking papers. Right? What the fuck, man? Just the looking from 10,000 feet, looking down at this, it just reeks of fucking dumpster juice, right? It just fucking sucks. Oh, God. Why can't he ask questions like that are relative to this guy's his status or where he is? Why did he go from Maynard to Canton? Right? I mean, and you're right. The feds know all this stuff. It's all in the TUIs, right? But a year later, after this guy does them, or we don't even know what he did, but he was there and he took the pictures, said he was from the CSI unit. This is fucking goddamn. This is so frustrating. So I'm glad Yannetti got that in, because even though they're instructed to not, paying attention, they know damn well. Flip ahead. Yeah, this is a good one right here, Flip. I like this tweet.
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station.
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Yes.
Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was
Tommy, mute.
because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
This guy was involved with Sandra Birchmore too.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Sustained.
Will you approach?
Get him, David.
The next area, they see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in their his cruiser?
Sustained injuries, I'm going to ask you to strike that question.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I love it.
That's
Come on,
ugly. That's an ugly.
Go get him.
That's a bad conversation. Wow.
Whoa.
Did you?
No, yeah. I'll be right back.
Yep. I hope everyone's having a good day. Some freaking things going on in my life. This is crazy. Oh my God. I hope you guys are mad. This is unacceptable behavior by people with a gun and a badge. Forget about having a gun. That takes a level of responsibility, a level of commitment, a level of being an adult. First thing you do is if you go drinking, you leave the firearm home because that's the freaking law. A little easy to follow that one, unless you're a cop. And laws don't apply. And we're not gonna, what? We have something to say about it? Aiden writes a story and tells us all the truth, and they lock his ass up.
Good time
They
to
actually
take our morning recess. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Just follow out.
They actually threw him in freaking jail. Jail. It's really corrupt when they do that to the person who's telling the truth. Yeah. So just so you guys know, this StreamYard had an issue. It only lets you make so many connections, okay? Like I can only have so many people logged in. Like I log in, Mike's
Hey there,
logged
Karen
in.
Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world is unfortunately very unpredictable.
Like,
and I'll tell you what,
I have a lot
having
of
great
connections
lawyer matters
going
so
through
much. That's where
StreamYard.
a great partner and sponsor Morgan
Right?
Morgan comes in.
Let's wait
This is
after
a
the
firm with
commercial.
over 1,000 attorneys. You know why? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan Morgan secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, a $5.6 million verdict for another car accident victim in Atlanta, and not to mention $1.8 million in Kentucky after insurance offered them a mere $5,000 in that case. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not start a claim and fight for
Hey,
it?
you guys, I'm going to show you guys a secret.
Makes it so simple. You
Hold
can
on one
start a
second.
claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. That's it. It can all be done on your phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen.
Come on, Tommy. Mute your thing, Tommy. Sorry, guys. Yeah,
All right.
mute it, Tommy. Yeah, mute it.
You there, bud?
Yeah, they had sidebar.
Yeah, they took the morning break.
All right.
Mike, can you see out the window?
Yeah.
You can see my front window, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How far can you see?
I can see all those trees all the way.
Okay.
That's it. Wow.
I'm gonna drive, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna drive through a parking lot. There's going to be a blue vehicle, okay?
What happened to the feed?
Probably on break. They're on it. We're gonna drive through the parking lot, and there's gonna be a vehicle that has been there every day for at least the last 6 months. Every day, Mike. Every day, same spot. Okay?
It's probably a commuter.
Oh, my ass. Nice square body. Nice Chevy truck. Okay. I'm going to take a left, and you're going to see him parked all by himself.
Someone in the car?
Oh, yeah. And he's there. I have pictures. I'll send you pictures. I got pictures 2 weeks ago. Same car. Only all by himself?
I don't know, Tom. Maybe being paranoid. I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea.
No idea?
I have no clue, buddy.
This motherfucker's been here for at least a year. I swear to God.
You're cutting out, bro. I don't know, Tom. I don't know what Tommy's doing. Can we put Court back on? I know. Can we get Court back on? Can we look at the fan? Tom's driving around, making sure there's people on follow him and shit.
It's got a push bar, spotlight, and he's in it, and it's running. And it's got a American flag, but it's an interceptor. It's an interceptor, but there's no badging on it. So how's that happen? You let me know when you let me know when that happens, okay? And guess what? Pick a day next week. Pick any day next week. I guarantee that guy will be right there where he is. And it's kind of like right there. He doesn't go away. I don't know why he's there.
Well, what do you want me to tell you?
Nothing. Just it's what it is.
Pull up next to him and fucking see what's going on.
I did that once.
Yeah.
He just sat there.
Okay, I don't know what he's doing there, dude.
I don't think he's watching people run the light.
Are you suggesting something else? Because
I am.
I don't. Maybe there's drug activity in your neighborhood. I have no idea.
That's news to me. Hey, I got nothing. I got no ring footage. I got no ring camera footage. I promise you. I got none of it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So listen, what do you think of this guy, Mike, on the stand?
I don't like him. He was involved with the Sandra Birchmore case, which bothers me. So that tells me right there that he's no good.
Didn't he? What, he got a job? He got the CPAC assignment when? After the Karen Reed thing? Or before?
So he was involved with taking the pictures at Canton. He was from Maynard CPAC unit or Maynard CSI unit or whatever, or for fingerprints. And then after he did this investigation part for the Norfolk County, he was then transferred up there a year later by Lieutenant Tully. So it sounds like a favor to a favor. So that's all I can think about.
Quid pro quo, maybe? Is that what it's sounding like? Really?
Yeah,
wow.
So why didn't somebody from Norfolk County come out and do it? Is my question. Was it
So why
somebody
did he have to do it?
available?
What was it? What was it that he did, Mike? Like what did he do?
He fingerprints, and he
How do you
documented.
screw that up?
Huh?
How do you screw up fingerprinting somebody?
No one said he did.
No.
He's taking fingerprints off the car if there was any, and then he took a live video of Trooper Paul doing his thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So and then he's still under cross right now. I'm not. So I don't know what else. Now they're taking a break.
All right, but it seems like what he did benefited somebody to the point where he got promoted to make more money.
Oh, I don't know if he was promoted. He was brought up to the Norfolk County. Like, is he the only one that does this stuff, or he was on call that day? I have no idea. I was still in the beginning stages of his cross examination. But yeah, what you're saying would make sense. And dubious solid, but he was involved with the Birchmore case. Maybe they held the Birchmore case over him.
Well,
who knows?
Again, it all comes back to that poor girl, right?
It does. A lot of it does. Yep.
Boy, am I glad you got that paperwork. And again, you think Fanning's going to make the stand? Do they dare put him up there?
They have to.
Oh.
Hey, I think Flip's back stage.
Is he?
Yeah, or he was.
I don't see him yet.
Well, he was
Mike,
there at 11:11. Shit, we missed him. Fuck.
Mike, do you see at the bottom?
No, dude, I can't do it here. No, I can't.
No. But I'm just saying, like, if he's there, I would see a little mark there. I would see red. Sammy's got him, but I would see a red when he pops on.
I don't know. Yeah. Okay. This is all you're speaking Spanglish to me, bro.
I know. It's confusing. But I'm gonna send you.
Well, no.
Go check this
I don't
out.
know anything about what.
Just read.
You're breaking up, buddy. You gotta find a better zone. I don't know.
I
What a
just sent you a
clusterfuck.
text.
Oh. What's up?
You see that?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't, but I'm gonna explain. It's real. All right. Each one of them things is a connection to StreamYard, and they only let you have 3. There's more than 3 in that list.
I don't. So what does that mean? But
I deleted a bunch of them, so StreamYard's not going to get confused anymore. It was trying to look at all those other connections when we had 3 active connections. It doesn't need to look for more than that. Does that make sense? We just told StreamYard, stop looking at all 8 connections. Only look at these 3 from now on. Remember how StreamYard would just kick us out randomly? That should stop happening. What's this?
oh wow, really?
Bev Bev pisses a lot of people off. She's actually I hate to even say this, but look at what Bev's doing and look at the rulings that she's making. And thank God she's making those rulings the way she is, because she's awakened every single attorney in this country to look at the Karen Reed case. Right? So the more wrong and the more she makes you mad, the more she's going to be scrutinized by Andrea D. Baker, by Melanie Little, by pick one, right? The more she does, the more they're going to say what is going on, which is all we wanted to do, right, Mike? We wanted to get the word out there. Look at this.
Yeah. She doesn't give a fuck.
She really doesn't.
She's because she's no accountability. She's only, But I just got a message sent to me. The Pappas Rehabilitation in Canton, the hospital.
Yes,
it's going to be turned into a migrant house. Yep.
Oh.
Wow. What?
Mark Randazza. Wow. A migrant house.
Yeah.
What about the people that are there?
Children are going to be transferred out, and it's going to be housed immigrants. Wow.
Oh my.
Thanks, Stella, for that. Yeah.
Oh
wow.
Goodness.
That's not cool. Well, it's gonna right. Let's see. I knew it.
What's that say, Mike?
Huh?
What's that say? The poor people that were there, Mike. Oh my.
They're gonna go to Weston or something. Yep.
Oh my God. And that's why she came down and looked at it. This is a great place to put people. Oh yeah, put 100 here, 300 over there. Hey, they all get food vouchers for D&E Pizza. How much you want to bet?
Oh, fuck me.
The governor could do that.
I know she could. She could do anything. It's just
he'd get paid on it regardless if they get refunded or not. Wow.
I don't think they'll get a fucking thing to DDP. They'll get something to Shaw's.
Stimulate the economy. Wow. Wow.
And Maura Healey just signed an executive hiring freeze.
Huh.
All right, so Flip's in the back, dude. Can you let him in, please?
Ah, there he is. Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Thanks.
Boom.
What's up? What's up?
Good
Flip?
afternoon, Flipper.
Hello, you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
So, what's up?
How's your day going?
What's up with you?
Just chilling, man. I have off this week, so
Oh,
I was
fuck.
working the past 2 weeks. I was working 7/12s the past 2 weeks. Couldn't even imagine.
Those
Hey,
are long days.
You know what I watched the other day that I thought of you?
What? The sound?
Chernobyl. No, Chernobyl.
At the nuke plant?
Yeah. I swear to God. It was on HBO, and I go, oh, let me just watch this. Fuck my life. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Shit
I'm not
goes
that.
south,
I'm not
dude.
that lucky.
Shit goes south. Yeah, you shit goes south, you're fucked.
I'm not that lucky, Mike.
Yeah. Okay.
What are you guys up to?
Watching this disaster of a fucking witness.
Oh, it's brilliant. This
this
is
whole thing-
brilliant by the defense.
Flip, have you ever seen anything in your life remotely close to this fucked up?
No, I mean the prosecution's doing everything they can to hide Proctor. They didn't even mention him during opening statements, and now every chance the defense gets to exploit him, they're doing it. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that.
I was happy to hear that the jurors were paying attention and almost laughing and like they were receptive to the defense more than they are the prosecution.
Who's reporting that? Sue?
Yes.
Lou?
Yeah, Lou.
I don't trust. I don't trust her as far as I can throw her.
No.
Good luck. She ain't going far.
No, man.
Did you guys go through Ted Daniels? He put out the testimony from the kids.
No, what did he say? Do you
No.
have it? I didn't see it.
Yeah, I got it. He
Is it good or
said,
bad?
Flip, I
I think
think
it
you can share it. You may have the option to share it down the bottom.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
"Yeah, you don't want me sharing shit."
Yeah, let's just keep it simple. Tommy,
He said,
please.
the niece testified, the nephew didn't. The niece testified that Karen and John's relationship deteriorated after the New Year's Aruba trip. I think that might be new. She said she remembers hearing John say the relationship was good, but it had run its course. She was very upset by it. She was yelling louder than JJ. I'm not sure. There's not really much context with these. And then the defense did cross her, apparently.
Oh, good.
Basically, it looks like Yannetti asked her if Karen came to watch her play sports, took her to private school, helped her plan her birthday. Did Karen help you with school projects? Yeah, so that was really it.
Oh, good.
That's
They
all
didn't
that Ted
cross it
Daniels really
last
put
year. They didn't cross it last year.
And I guess they're trying to build some credibility with,
Yeah. How does it, like back then? So she was 15 at the time, 14. How does she understand a complex adult
Relationship.
Yeah. Tommy,
Why would she even know about it?
Yeah.
can you put your-
No,
put
I
it on
agree.
mute? No, can you put it on mute if you're not going to talk? Because you can
Yeah.
do all types of. Yeah, thanks. Oh, perfect. You there, Flip?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, cool. Sounds so much better. I can't hear Tommy's car. Yeah, like. How do you understand? Like, how do you as a kid understand a complex situation about Aruba? What happened? The alcohol involved. It's your uncle. I mean, it's kind of biased in a way, but to plant seeds in a kid's head and say, "Hey, we need you to go to court and say these things," it's just
Yeah, that's what it kind of feels like, right?
yeah.
Like
Yeah,
she's
dude.
testifying that the relationship has run its course, but that's not what you see in the text messages between John and Karen. That's not really what it looks like. Like,
Yeah.
It looked like that day John was pretty much begging Karen to come over. Karen didn't really want to go.
That's right. He begged her to come and meet
John
him.
was the one.
How does she know that there's even that rift between them? I wouldn't think they'd even fight in front of the kids. It didn't seem like that.
Well, that was part of that was the reason for the fight the night before, according to the text messages, that John was mad that Karen was spoiling the kids, like buying them coffee, right? Wasn't that the whole thing?
Yep.
Like the day before, Karen took the kids out to get coffee or something, and John didn't like how she spoils them. And I don't know, man. It all seems so dirty to me, especially the way Brennan calls her, the niece, as soon as Buchanan gets off the stand. You know?
Right.
Like they're this awful witness, and they try to get some sympathy from the jury. Let's call the kids. It just seems so dirty to me. You know?
And then to have the grandmother and Uncle Paul sit there and watch it happen. It just makes me sick. Like, what is the prosecution going to gain from hearing that? I don't, what are they trying to, I guess the other way to look at it is, what is the prosecution trying to tie down with this testimony that's the motive why Karen wanted to back into John, is because the relationship was coming to an end that she didn't want it to end? Is that really what they're going to try to tie down?
If she didn't want it to end, she would have nothing to do with Higgins. That never would have happened.
Yeah, the whole thing.
That
That's
may
what I
have
was
been the
saying.
reason to break up with him. Like, listen, you did to me, I'm going to do to you, and we'll call it even. I'm out. You don't like it? I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, I was.
Yeah.
The prosecution has to prove Karen had intent to murder John O'Keefe, and they haven't done that. They haven't given anything to support that narrative. That's what they tried to do with. What are you doing with your foot?
Someone asked me if I was wearing pants. I said I got pants on. Yeah,
that's what they tried to do the last trial with the Aruba thing, and we knew how the jury took that. It was, they said the first day immediately they said murder was off the table. So I don't see how that gets any better. I don't see how she gets charged with murder in this. I think that's off the table. I would, if I was the defense, I'd have a motion to dismiss the murder charge as soon as the prosecution rests their case. That'd be the first thing I would do. But yeah, I don't know if they're trying to say that a deteriorating relationship doesn't mean you kill somebody.
Karen Reed trial watchers, you know what a lot of the trials
Right.
remind me of?
I
That
don't
the
know,
world
Jesse.
is unfortunately very unpredictable. And I'll tell you what, having a great lawyer matters.
Need a mod
so
on this. Thanks.
That was me.
Yeah, so bringing into the Aruba girls, which is actually one of them is John's godchild, because she had a baby with John's old partner who passed away. So
Right.
John, right? Now
Mhm.
John's gone. So that's why they kind of keep in touch.
Well,
And
that whole
so-
motion the other day about, was it yesterday, where Brennan tried to say that he wants to bring that in now because of the defense raising the third party culprit with Higgins. Do you remember all that pretrial? Like they said they weren't going to call Aruba.
Yeah.
And the defense wanted to have a voir dire about it to see what they were going to,
Yep.
But Brennan waived that. So you can't just come back in now and say, hey, I want to bring this in now because the defense is accusing Higgins. They knew that the defense was going to accuse Higgins. That's what the third party culprit is. You can't. His motion yesterday it's just so desperate in my eyes.
Right. Oh, the motion that was filed yesterday, is that what that was about?
Yeah, he was trying to bring back in the Aruba incident to,
Oh my God.
yeah.
What the fuck?
It just seems like he's kind of like flying by the seat of his pants. Like, honest to God, I think Lowry put a better case forward to this point
He did
than
a better
Brennan has.
timeline. Yeah, he did a better timeline, like of the events that happened as the day progressed. As before dirt, like the snow and the shovel, the bar scene where they were back to 34. Like he did everything in chronological order. I just feel like Brennan's like jumping here, trying to tie it down some other time. Again, I'm not an attorney, but is that uncommon? I have no idea. But you bring the kids in midway through to tie down testimony that the relationship was coming to an end. So what if it was coming to an end? Is that motive for murder? I mean, that's just
It's not.
Pat Rogers was John's friend that was in Boston Finest that unalived himself for no reason at all. but had a baby with one of these girls. John was the godfather. Like, it's like, what does this have to do with anything? You know, you didn't have any communications with John saying, "Hey, I want to hook up with your sister, who is John's godmother's godson's mother, and hook up with your sister." You don't have any text messages like that in his phone, right? That wasn't a strap. You don't see anything like that.
Yeah, my whole thing with the whole case from the beginning was, I always thought if it wasn't murder, if you're not going to convict her of murder, you can't convict her of anything, for the simple fact of, if she actually drove 24 miles an hour in reverse, that's an intent to kill. You know, you don't just drive. You know what I'm saying? If somebody believes that, then you have to believe that she was trying to murder him. If you don't believe that she did that, then you can't convict her of anything. Like, you can't explain a 24 mile an hour in reverse. You cannot explain that other than it being with an intent to hurt. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And now Octa's gonna come in and prove that through science that the car didn't hit John and John didn't hit the car.
Well, this has been the prosecution's strategy from the very beginning. They know that they needed that murder charge as a buffer, almost, to be able to get a manslaughter charge, right? It's almost like a compromise. Verdict.
Yep. Plea out.
That's why they fought so hard to keep it out of. That's why they fought so hard to keep the two charges getting dropped. And the jury said they voted not guilty, but they didn't write it down.
Okay.
Any normal prosecution office that got a letter from a juror that said we decided she was not guilty, you would want to know that. You know, you would want to investigate it farther, at least poll the jury and see if that actually happened. But they fought it tooth and nail to even do that, because they know without that murder charge hanging above them, they know they'll never convict on just manslaughter alone. You know?
Yep, that makes sense, dude. It does make sense. This whole thing is fucked up.
It's really hard to watch anymore, man. It's really.
Now, this guy that's testifying right now, he's the latent fingerprint guy, and he actually is taking videos of Paul doing. All right, I just saw your tweet where there's two different. It was supposed to be happening in real time, right, at once, and then your tweet has two different vehicles at the end of the driveway.
I've been sitting on this post. You know how long I've been sitting on this for. I found this.
Yep.
I found that last September, and I've been sitting.
Yeah, months.
I've been sitting on it for almost a year, but because I didn't want to tip any hands to the prosecution, because I know for certain that the prosecution looks at all of our Twitters and monitors everything that goes on, and they adjust their case around what they see online. I know that for a fact.
Okay.
So we have to watch. I mean, you have to watch what you put out there, because then they can adjust their case to it, you know?
Yep.
But Paul Gallagher testified at the first trial that when Trooper Paul was doing his testing at Canton Police Department, he sat in his marked Canton Cruiser at the end of the driveway and blocked off the entrance. Okay? And the picture that I posted, you can see the marked Canton Cruiser in the one video.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's I think it's from let me see.
The same side as the Sally Port entrance, right?
From the exterior video of the car, you see the marked Canton Cruiser blocking the driveway.
You do.
But then when they show the interior of the car, the video from the interior, it's a different cruiser blocking the driveway, and it's a different car parked in the Canton Police Department parking lot. But they're claiming the car with the white rims. But they're claiming this testing all happened on the same day at the same time. So why is it important? It's important because of the key cycles.
Yes.
When he does his testing, that's a different key cycle.
Yep.
So it would have added, that's yet another key cycle that gets added there.
Even moving in the parking lot to plow it is a key cycle.
Yep. Every single time you start that vehicle, it's a key cycle.
Yep.
Fucking
So yeah,
A,
that's
dude.
I think that text stream data is going to be. I mean, if the jury can understand it, Alessi gave us a little hint during Whiffin's testimony of what Judson Welcher, the crash reconstructionist for the Commonwealth, the new one. He gave us a little tease into what he's going to testify. He's going to testify that at 11 or at 12:31 and 38 seconds, that second triggering event happened, which was the 24 miles an hour in reverse. You following me?
I do.
He's saying he's going to testify that happened at 12:31:38. Okay, and that was a 5-second event. 30 seconds after that, John O'Keefe's phone is moving. So that means John O'Keefe would have been hit by the car. If their theory is right, John O'Keefe would have been hit by the car. After he gets hit by the car is when he would have taken his phone out, unlocked it, read the text from Jen McCabe. 20 seconds after they're saying that triggering event happened. It's impossible because we know from the medical examiner that he was incapacitated from impact.
Holy
I'll try and explain it. I'll explain it all when we come back from this break. But
all right, Tommy, can you hit mute, buddy? You're just the car's loud, bro. Thanks.
it looks like court's back on.
Yeah, can we get court back on, girls, guys? I just got Ted Daniels' tweet. Yeah, basically what you said. Yeah,
That's unmuted. So the muting is on their end right now.
All right.
All right. So
Thank you.
I'm going.
Yeah.
I'm going down.
All right. All right. I don't know why Tommy's in this car either, Flip. I have no idea. But I remember you and I talking about this key cycles a while back, and you had an epiphany that day, and you figured it out, and I was like, holy fuck, because it really was a math problem. But when you
That's all it is. It's a math problem.
Yeah, when you showed me the pictures of the cars of where Gallagher said he was, because he didn't want any of the cars going down there, and then it was a different car and a different cruiser at the end of the driveway, so there had to be another key cycle somewhere.
Yeah.
Or right, or do they keep it running for that longer period of time? I don't know.
But then while you have it, how would the car switch? Is too much moving parts for that to be the same day.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Well, no, it makes sense. I'm just trying to figure out what are they trying to get around? Like, this is such shady shit. Now, do you think this guy that's up on the stand right now, he was involved with Birchmore? And he came all the way from Maynard. Yeah,
I don't know where Maynard.
It's not close.
So he came there on 2-1, but he wasn't a member of the Norfolk County.
Nope. And
It's
then
weird, right?
A year later, he gets transferred into Canton, Norfolk County, and by Tully. That's what Yannetti was trying to get across. After you did this investigation part from Maynard, you were then transferred to the CPAC unit at Norfolk County. And they, obviously Lally wasn't even sitting down. He was standing up the whole time objecting, and then they had the sidebar and then to the break. So we're kind of left, we're here now. But it's just so interesting. Like, so if this guy was actually involved with Birchmore and he knew what was going on, then he gets, and sort of the state police knew that maybe he's a guy that we could use, brings him up from Maynard to go to Canton PD to do what he does. And then a year later, he's transferred there permanently. It just kind of blows my mind. First of all, what are you doing at the Birchmore case if you're from Maynard to begin with? Don't we have a person that does fingerprint latex at CPAC in Canton? Why do we need this guy from Maynard to come up?
Yeah, I guess we're going to find out.
Right? That's what Yannetti's trying to get around to.
Counsel. Exhibit II for ID.
Right? Like, he's trying to find out why you were transferred here a year later. And then he knows, he's admitting to, I did know that Colin was Brian Albert's nephew or whatever. He's slowly walking the dog, so to speak, into a third-party culprit. And this guy's might be a very big part of it in terms of the key cycles and helping Trooper Paul out. I don't know. fucking shady shit, dude. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
So the last question that Yannetti asked him was that if he knew about Kevin
Ready,
Albert
we have
and
Sergeant Clark, please.
Yeah.
Proctor's. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself.
All right, pal. Aiden just tweeted they're trying to hide Michael Proctor and Brian Tully's misbehavior from the jury, so the defense is trying to bring it in through this chump. Zachary Clark probably won't be allowed, but the jury can't unhear Kevin Albert and Proctor got drunk in Proctor's cruiser. To my point before we went to break. Yes. Thank you, Aiden. Thank you.
Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022?
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you
Lead
were
investigator
standing over
again.
while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Yannetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirection.
Sorry?
No redirection.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay.
He's law enforcement too.
Another MS peer.
Yep. Law enforcement. Yep.
Excuse me.
Just call him
this
off.
guy.
Doctor.
Yeah. Lally's doing all the directs. I miss hearing that voice.
That's how you know these witnesses are useless.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
This is the guy that
In what capacity do
documented
you currently work with the state police?
John
Currently,
O'Keefe
I am a
Hurst,
sergeant
Proctor.
and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the state police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the state police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks
And how long were you at that barracks?
for about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks
And how long were you in Charlton?
for a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document and memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out. So I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
They were showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc, are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave?
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc and those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
This mofo just said that there's taillight pieces on top of snow.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7
Yes.
photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in?
I thought it was just me.
At 1 Meadows?
No, it's 34.
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit the next exhibit.
No objection.
Did Lally have facial hair last year? I'm not sure.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, 1 Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So you're looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 was this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at 1 Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
What date did he say these were taken? Anybody remember?
February 3rd, which is telling. He thought it was important to document the Traverse, but he didn't document Karen's taillight on the 29th. Explain that.
Right, right. And then he just showed all the snow in the front yard, but no snow in the, you know what I mean? Weird. That's why I had to know what day it was on.
Who moved the vehicle?
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at 1 Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos, and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right.
One item.
All right,
One.
Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
I don't know if that was a good time to ask him who he documented was there on the 3rd, too.
Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ryan Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Look at.
What's up?
Can I share or not?
Your Honor, as this witness is
I don't know if you can or not. If you send it to me, I can send it to Tom or whatever. You want to do it that way?
It says present. Can you see that?
Yeah, you might have that option.
No, I don't have it. I can't see it. No.
Flip may have a different screen though, Mike. Like me and you have different than him.
Who did they just call up?
Good afternoon.
Gallerani.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior
What's
to
his angle
holding the
flip?
rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that?
What's his angle?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now,
I forget what he
your
did.
work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been
Oh,
certified.
he took
Mass State Police
Proctor and
since
Yuri's
2015
DNA, I
in
think.
collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek cells and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Needham Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point, were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Yep.
Thank you.
That was good. Clip, I just sent Tom those
Next witness
pictures.
for the Commonwealth?
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Oh, here we go. Miss Hartnett.
Yep.
She's the one that documented the tail light, found the glass, the
Crime scene
hair.
lab. Yep. NSP crime scene technician. She works in the crime lab. She works in the crime lab, but
Yep.
oh, I remember her from last year.
You tell us what the evidence of the court and jury in the case coming here to the truth.
Oh, if Bob Alessi gets this one, oh, you're just gracious.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You can sit
This
or
is the
stand
woman
wherever
who
you're
failed her
comfortable.
proficiency
Keep your voice
exam
up,
getting
okay?
into the MSP.
Right.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you
Hands up.
please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University. And
Did you begin working at the crime laboratory, or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for crime scene services section as well as the firearms identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker, or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all of the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2, and that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3, and that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I'll also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You need to see these?
No, thank you, Mr. Bennett.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
Always move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
Barbara Lefty's going to do a cross.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
There's a huge piece of testimony for Hart in that. I'll explain it at the break. Hasn't been talked about ever.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
They've shown you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P-144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P-161, please. Can you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass on the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Can we listen to evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 141.
Court permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
And could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just wanted to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes. Well, there's a letter. Yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-176. Could we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in
Oh my God, this is such a waste of time.
relation to the?
See, the place where
You
the
mentioned
scratches
it
are,
there.
there's
I
no
answered
injuries
your
to John.
questions. How many pieces of
Right.
hair
They're not
did
going to
you
make
find
cuts. They're going to make a bruise, if
attached
anything,
to
right?
that Lexus?
Yeah, but there's no
It
bruises.
I
wasn't.
found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
One hair.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. Can you take a look at the first photograph, please? You recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, as A and B, please.
144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show Photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Another Canton police officer foot.
Could you tell us what
Yeah,
that is?
but they were recused, right?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
She's not gloving up. That's
Do you
weird.
have gloves available?
I brought
Oh,
gloves, yes.
there you go.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. You could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, we need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, why don't you pull in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, jurors, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes. Dash it. Of course.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
What do you think, Flip?
We haven't gotten to the good part yet. I think that's still to come. But she was the lady. Hartnett was the lady who tested the hair and said that it initially said it was human hair on the side panel, quarter panel. And then it came out after the fact that she failed her DNA proficiency exam and wasn't allowed to do that testing. So,
Describe what she's doing.
See what they're doing here.
Quiet, folks, still on the record. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
yeah. We got another DNA mishap or another evidence mishap.
It looks like she's over there with the tail light and everything. Bubba, you can't get anything past this guy.
Oh, he's gonna destroy her. When you just look at that tail light, there's absolutely no way that was broken from John. There's just no way. That thing is demolished.
It really is. It's smashed.
I mean, it's broken past just the outer layer. It's broken down to the core of it.
This will be interesting. Wow. So what time are we back at? It's 12:51. Then we want to be back at 1:30ish, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, one for well, you never know with this woman. does.
I just saw your post on Twitter about the taillight on top of the snow as well.
Yeah, see, I was trying to figure out if I could present some of these photos, but I don't know how to do it. It's I have them in the you see how I have them down here below in the you see that down below? It says
I
present.
don't. No, I know the present button, but I don't
I wonder
see
if I
anything
bring it
there.
up. Let me try this. It says you're a manager. I don't know. Is it coming up?
No,
I don't know
see
how to
anything
do
there.
StreamYard.
Either do I. Let's see what video file, image file, screenshot. I don't know what this is. No, I don't.
We need Tommy in here.
I don't know what he is. I don't know what's
Alright, so
going on with him. But
there is something that Hartnett's going to testify about that hasn't really I don't think it was there it is. How'd that
did
happen?
I just do that? I did that.
You did that?
All right, did I send it to Tommy? But go ahead. So anyway, here we go.
All right, we'll talk about this one here. So this here is when Evan Brent, who testified two people ago, he went and documented tail. He said he found pieces of tail light on top of snow. This is one of those pieces that he found on top of
Jesus.
snow. This
No,
is February 3rd. This is 4 days later. I mean, that's not on top of snow. That is on top of inches of snow.
Hey, Sammy, can we
Hey,
send you stuff?
I see 3 screens here. I don't know which one you want.
Just leave this one up for right now.
Okay.
Can we just talk to you and let you know to switch it up?
Yep, I'm listening.
All right, girl. Thank you.
So this one he found. Go
I'll
ahead.
ask you a question. Now, in regards to where this position is, in the
That's what I'm going to
yard-
pull up now.
Okay. Okay. Good. Yep.
Just to give a
Fine.
little perspective of where this was found. Because if you see, you can see the it's like a telephone box. You see that?
Yeah, there's something there. Yeah.
It's behind like a telephone box. So let me see if I can find that.
The door's open on the telephone box, right? It looks like.
Yeah. Yep.
That's the inside of it. Okay. Yep.
There's a good picture of this. I have it somewhere. You would have a heart attack if you saw the amount of files I have on this stuff.
No, I'm pretty sure that you. Yeah.
Can we go to that other one that we just had up? Oh, is it me doing this?
I don't know.
No, it's me.
Oh, I thought I just did it. I clicked it and it worked.
Which one do you want up? The one with.
I got the picture. Hold on. Let me I'll put it up on the give me 1 second. I'm trying to save that there. Bear with us, people. We're trying to figure this out. StreamYard, present, image. Can we have both of these pictures up at the same time? Is that possible or no? Sammy, I just put up
Nope,
another
it'll only
picture.
let you do one.
All right, go to the one I just presented if you could.
This one?
No, keep going. One more. So that is the telephone box. You see the green thing?
Yep, I do. Yep.
This picture was taken on February 2nd. Okay, so February 3rd, the next day is when that piece was found that we were just looking at. Behind it's you see how this is hard to explain. I've been trying to you see how we're looking at the other side of Can you go back to the other picture, Sammy? The one with the tail light in the snow? That's the front, that's the opposite side of what we're looking at in the picture that we were just at. It's on the other side. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so one of the angles is headed. So your front of your car would be going to my left right now.
I mean, that tail light is at least 10 feet off the road.
All right. Where it says Getty Images, down below that, to the left of it a little bit, where that tail light would be.
Exactly. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
It's impossible. I mean, I don't know how. How do you explain that if he was hit at 12:30 with no snow on the ground?
You can't.
I mean, CERT missed it. Everybody missed it.
And this is found 3 days late, 4 days later.
4 days.
After the search team is gone. And Proctor found this with Buchanan.
And Brent was there photographing it. See, what I thought was the key from like when Clark was testifying and when Brent. Clark was called in from wherever it was on February 1st. Remember, it was far away. What was the town called?
Maynard.
He was called in from Maynard on February 1st to document 34 Fairview and for Trooper Paul's testing, and he was at Canton Police Department. He was never called back to 34 Fairview for any of the other searches. Brent was called there February 3rd, and that was the last time he was called. So they did 5 to 6 more searches of 34 Fairview and didn't document any of it. None of that was They have no pictures from February 10th, February 8th, February 18th of where the taillight was found on the lawn. No pictures of it. No documentation. I don't even know how it could get entered into evidence.
Wow.
That's like basic 101. If you were trying to actually solve the case, why on earth would you not document it?
That's a big piece too. That's not like it's something that's.
It's huge.
Like that's the whole bottom of the taillight housing, really. Wow.
But how does it end up there? That's the thing you got to think about. There's no way it hit and then exploded.
It went
didn't
backwards.
It went backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Because that was the whole thing with. Sammy, can you go to that picture, the latest picture I put up with the Getty image on it? One more. No. Other way.
One more. Yeah.
Nope. Over. The one with the house.
Yep.
So, Mike, if you look at this, right? Let's just look at this picture here.
Okay.
This was the big thing. The big thing with Trooper Paul's testimony. The point of impact, Trooper Paul said it had to have happened was at that fire hydrant because there's taillight found there. That's the southmost piece of taillight found is at that fire hydrant. And then there's taillights scattered all the way up the lawn going towards the house.
Okay.
So that is where the 30-foot pirouette came into play because they're saying if he got hit there, that had to be the point of impact. And his body ended up near that flagpole. But for the taillight to spread the way it did, it's not from getting plowed because that's the grass, you know?
That's right.
And do you see if you look like directly at the fire hydrant, right?
Yeah.
You see to the right where there's like grass and it's like the snow is, you can see the snow's cleared.
Yeah.
That was from the CERT search. Okay.
Okay. Yep.
The CERT team found 6 pieces of taillight and John O'Keefe's sneaker in a 2-foot area in front of that flagpole close to the street. Okay.
Okay. Yep.
After they found those pieces, they found 6 to 7 pieces in literally in a 2-foot area square. It was all right there. After they found that, they went 10 feet to the flagpole and didn't find a single piece of taillight. That's when they called their search off. Okay. Urey and Proctor went back 4 days later and found almost 40 pieces of taillight in the exact spot searched and found nothing.
That's right. That's right.
How do you explain it? You can't.
You can't. And one time Berkowitz was in his car when it was raining out. Said CERT and found one on the side of the road as well. I don't even know where that was found because they didn't memorialize it or take a picture of it, even though they should have.
You know the CERT team that CERT search has been like my bread and butter. I listened to O'Hara again. He said they searched 60 feet from the front door to the fire hydrant on that night. 60 feet. They didn't find any taillight except for 6 pieces in a 2-foot diameter. That's it. It's the only one little spot they found taillight and the sneaker.
Okay.
That's exactly where they planted it.
Okay.
They didn't spread it out throughout the lawn. They put it in the same exact spot.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do know what you're saying. And there is no real pictures of that. They've got a
No.
picture of one piece on a snowbank, right? Am I thinking about the right one?
Yep.
Right, that one. Yep. And then they found the shoe, the straw, and the hat the CERT team did, or did somebody else find that?
No, they didn't find the hat.
Okay.
The other thing with the CERT team, they found the pieces of taillight they found and the sneaker were on the road.
Right, on the berm, right?
On the berm, like right against the berm, like on the road. Proctor Uri for the next 2 weeks didn't find a single piece on the road. Everything was in the grass.
Didn't they find stuff with Canton PD with a leaf blower?
They found the drinking glass.
When Canton PD found that evidence, that at that point became the center of everything, right? But that spot,
That's where it should have. I mean, you'd imagine. See the exact spot. Remember the picture from Canton PD where they cleared the berm? They cleared an area. That's the exact spot. The shoe was found 6 hours later.
Right.
It's the exact spot. You can put the picture side by side. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. That's fucked. Oh, man, I can't believe that's that far over. I didn't realize it was that far over to that phone box.
Yeah, it's on the other side of it. It's crazy. It's really insane when you think about how it got there. How could it have possibly gotten there? Because what we're looking at right here, you see the green box with the white, there's like a white sticker on it.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
It's on the other side of that, the taillight.
Facing the house.
Yeah, facing the house, closer to the house.
Yeah.
Because you can see the opening of it on that other. Yeah, it's and it's on top of all that snow.
And
And that's not a small piece of taillight.
No. I mean, it's probably like 4 or 5 inches long, right? And a couple inches wide.
Yeah, it's
a big
huge.
piece of the housing. Yeah. So do you think going forward from this, do you think they're going to have Wanless on video removing that? Another Canton PD that's retired?
No, I mean, we saw the video. The video, there's 45 pieces missing in the exact time that car is pulled in. It's insane. It's like, you can't even make it up.
Holy fuck, dude.
Tommy, can you go to this picture of the Traverse?
I can't. But there you go.
There you go. All right. So I have never, I'll be honest with you guys, I've never really looked into this whole Traverse thing because I never really bought much into it.
Flip, I did a whole video on a Lexus and a Traverse with a tape measure. I measured the back of each vehicle, the tail light, Lexus 57, as well as the same year John's Traverse. See that rear wiper? I think she hit that rear wiper and broke the mechanism with her car.
See, here's my thing with it.
Why was Wanless there on the 30th, the next day, in the kitchen? Wanless, the body shop owner. He just doesn't take stuff apart. He fixes vehicles. Shame on him.
Yeah. I've never really thought about this, but first of all, that car looks like it was clean. If it was a snowstorm, you know what a car looks like after a snowstorm. It's covered in. It's
That car's
covered.
detailed. You're so right
That car
on
was
the
cleaned.
detailed, baby. You know it.
And the funny thing is,
maybe in a
why
garage, snow would have melted off of it, and you can't have the garage dust, so you have to kind of wash the vehicle in the winter.
So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. This was on February 3rd of 2022 is when they took this picture. Am I echoing?
Yeah, no, Tommy's got you. Someone's got you playing. There you go. Good.
On February 3rd of 2022 is when they took this picture. Okay, that's 4 or 5 days after John O'Keefe was killed. That means in this time frame, they looked at the Ring video on John O'Keefe's phone. They saw Karen back into his SUV, and they found it important enough to go document this. But they have tried to sit here for the past 3 years and say Karen never backed into John. It didn't make contact. If that's the case, why are you taking pictures of this SUV 4 days after the fact?
I agree.
And why are you taking pictures of this but you didn't take a single picture of the taillight on January 29th in Dighton or at the Sally Port.
Holy shit! Yeah.
There's not a single photograph of Karen's SUV until February 1st of 2022.
Tommy, can you mute, buddy?
Yeah, but here's my thing, right?
Oh, okay.
John, when he left for the night, I'm sure he brought his keys with him. As a police officer, it's a habit they teach you. Your keys. Who moved the vehicle? Who moved John's vehicle and with what set of keys? That's my question.
Yeah, this car looks clean. I mean, this is right after. I don't know, but I mean, this does not look like a. It was just sitting outside and 4 days after a snowstorm. I mean, somebody definitely drove it, obviously, right?
Right.
I mean, that kind of goes without question.
Do you think? You think it was towed back to the house, or you think it was driven from A to B?
See, I don't even think there has to be damage on John's SUV for it to mean Karen cracked her taillight on it. You know what I mean? Why does his car have to be that? I've gotten hit before. The other car was fine. I had something was smashed on mine. You know, it's not. It doesn't guarantee that there has to be damage. But I'm more focused on. They knew this. The only reason they would take these pictures is because they saw Karen back into John on the Ring video, right? But they still try to. Buchanan on Monday was still not wanting to give in to Karen to seeing contact with the SUV. They still fight it. But this is an admission that they knew that it was hit because there's no reason to take this photo.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Hey, Flip's got a point, Mike.
Yeah. Why would you take
You want to talk?
photo? Yeah.
You want to talk about this thing I got with HeartNet? This hasn't really been talked about too much, but I think it's important.
Go ahead, yeah.
If you go to that first picture, Sammy, the one with it's a Word document. This one. All right, so HeartNet, she hasn't testified to this yet, but I'm assuming she's going to because she did last trial and this hasn't been talked about hardly at all. So this is John O'Keefe's sweatshirt, obviously. You see under where it says evidence item 718, it's the right sleeve with the markers on it.
Yep.
So HeartNet testifies that she examined this for biologicals, which is blood. She used this thing. It's an ALS. It's an alternate light source, where you basically put it on over there and you can see biological fluids that you can't see with the naked eye. It's like a fluorescent light. She used this around the damaged area of his sweatshirt, and it did not show any stains in that area. So that means there was no blood on the sleeve of John O'Keefe's arm where he got his arm cut to pieces. No blood.
Say that one more time. Say that one more time for me.
Her testimony, this AL with the alternate light source, she examined it closely.
Yeah.
To see if there was if there were stains on the sweatshirt where blood would have been.
Okay.
There was no stains. And this is the same exact area where she then swabbed for DNA for dog DNA.
Okay.
The Commonwealth held this evidence from the defense for a year.
Holy
so if there's no blood on the sleeve, what does that tell you?
It was cleaned?
It'd be that's probably the best guess because there's no way that he got those cuts on his arm and didn't bleed. That's what this is suggesting. That would be impossible. But yet there's no blood found on his sleeve of his sweatshirt where those cut holes are. And if they cleaned this, then that explains why there's no dog DNA found on the sleeve either.
Holy shit, dude. And is this the first time she's ever done this? Is that what I'm seeing in caps at the bottom as well?
Yeah, she called the lab in California and they told her how to they told her to get 2 cotton swabs and rub the areas. Like she was being instructed over the phone on how to do this. She's never collected dog DNA off of a piece of clothing before.
And is this the one of the test that came back with pig DNA?
I
Remember?
don't remember that exact. There was pig DNA, but I don't know if it was from this or if it wasn't. But what I'm saying is,
Yep.
there has to be blood on that sleeve of that sweatshirt.
Without a doubt, just looking at his sweatshirt from up here, the top right corner of this, in the top.
Look
right
at the
corner,
cuts on his arm. There's cuts on his hook. Have you ever been cut like that and not bled?
No, yeah, you bleed.
You bleed.
Yep.
But when they held
bleed.
this thing under an alternate light source, which is you could see blood stains without the naked eye, they saw nothing.
Wow.
How does that happen?
It can't.
Unless it was cleaned. And then that
Right.
explains why the dog DNA was not present.
Gotcha. So on Cross,
Unless he's gonna demolish her.
he's just going to crush her, right? I mean, I'm thinking, right? Holy
So-
fuck! I mean, do you think it's possible that she did not swab the area that was supposed to be swabbed? In theory,
I have no idea. I mean, if she did swab it, it could be fine to swab it, but that doesn't mean there's going to be dog DNA there.
right? She could have swabbed the bottom of the shirt, you know, where you can see the front of it there, and the bottom. Who knows where she swabbed it? Hopefully, he's going to ask her. It would make sense to swab the areas that have the holes in it, obviously, and if there's no blood.
And if you
Right, so
go
that's
deep down the the rabbit hole with this alternate light source,
Yeah.
I was reading up on it. This light source kills DNA when you use it on clothing.
Oh my god.
It deteriorates DNA. So, I mean, I'm not saying I know it sounds kind of conspiracy, but the fact that there's no blood on that sleeve of that sweatshirt is unexplainable. And they held this. They did not give this evidence to the defense for almost a year and a half. And now we look at it, right?
Yeah.
Look at this sweatshirt now. It's in a piece of plexiglass. Why is that?
I don't know. I've been asking that. I'm like, what's up with the pants being ripped that way? If you know, now they're in plexiglass and stuff. I mean, obviously the defense can ask to have it opened, right? It's not going to be a.
I don't think you can open it once it's in evidence like that. I don't think you can.
Okay.
I think it's because they don't want them examining the sweatshirt, looking at the bite marks that are on the sweatshirt. They can't take it out of that plexiglass. I don't think they're allowed to do that because that's how it's entered into evidence. You can't, you can
the first time
it.
around, the first time around, it wasn't in plexiglass though. Flip.
No,
right?
and why is that in plexiglass, but the pants aren't?
Yeah, right.
There's a specific reason why that is in.
Yeah, this is fucked. This is fucked. I mean, I just keep going back. This is the prosecution trying to prove their case, and all they're doing is covering for other people. You know, it doesn't make any sense. And they hit this. I saw the date of admission to like 6/23/2024. It's like late, and then the whole thing ended on 7/1/24. So yeah, it's evidence that I don't know if that's a 7 through 18 or not. Maybe I don't know, but that's fucked up.
Yeah, it's crazy. This whole case is kind of. There's so much that it's like for the jury to follow all of this, it's got to be impossible.
Right. So much reasonable doubt just out of certain parts of the testimony from anybody. They've already, and this is the prosecution that's already doing their thing, and they're like, okay, that's bullshit. But wait till the defense gets up and starts with their crosses and stuff. They're gonna chew it up.
Like there's so much that you can look at with like if you even look at just the two pictures on the top of this document. The one on the right is the back of the sweatshirt. The one on the left is the front of the sweatshirt. There's blood running down the front of the sweatshirt. If John was lying on his back and he's bleeding at the back of his head, how is there blood running down the front of his sweatshirt?
That's right.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, everything you're saying makes sense to me. That's fucked up, man.
Like this is, I think this stuff is huge, but it's like, how much time do you want to spend on it? Because it's like so complicated. You have to like really dig in to understand like what you're looking at with all this, you know?
Right. And so I didn't realize that the fluorescent light kills the DNA. So they didn't use a blood lamp. They used a different type of lamp.
Yeah, it's called an alternate light source. Yeah.
Do you think that was
Olivia
done on
has a
purpose?
lot of on this, but she's been saving. I don't know if she's going to post it or not. She was kind of waiting for this. She's kind of waiting for this testimony to come up. I don't know if she posted it or not yet, but
Did you see this? Nikki just sent you something. Did you guys catch the hot mic? Someone called you an idiot and asshole and sent the clip to Flip and Mike. Oh shit. I truly
So
do
you
not
listen
like
to
that
it?
guy. Yeah, I mean, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. I'm just still blown away at this right here. Like, I can't believe you're going to give these many bullets to Bob Alessi and let him have at it with this.
I mean, he could go
Holy,
after this woman for the rest of the
day.
Let me
Just put
I
it.
guess
See
I'll
if you
try
can
and
put it. Yeah, if you can.
I'll download the video that she sent and then I'll
I wonder who called him a fucking asshole.
I'm gonna do it right now. Give me a second. This case, man, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
Someone making fun of me. I love it.
Making fun of me?
No, me. You see, I look like a homeless man when I walked out. I walked to get my mail. I look like oh fuck. Oh man. I'm banned for all the golf courses up here. Okay, all right. Oh my god, this is so funny.
Have you played this spring yet or no?
I haven't, dude. I haven't. I've been doing this, you know. This has been on my brain, so I gotta get this right, you know. Did you find what you were looking for? Because I have it here.
Oh yeah, if you can present it, then I'm downloading it and I was gonna send it to myself to put it up.
I'm gonna send it to let's do this. People just don't like me anymore. I don't know what I did, but they just, you know, it's just horrible. It's horrible people. Oh fuck, I love it. Oh, this is oh god. Anyways, I just sent it to Sammy. Hopefully, she gets it in her text messages any second now.
I can put it up on here too. I think I got it.
All right. You know, when you put yourself out there and on TV world, people have a lot of things to say about you. I guess you get used to it. It's funny, you know.
Screw 'em.
Oh, I am, but I just think it's funny because I'm not used to it. And they all have big mouths until you run into them. And I know who this person is. I think.
All right, Sammy, that video I put up on the thing. If you want to just click it, that could be easier for you.
Oh god, I fucking love it.
So what is this? Somebody's calling Giannetti an asshole?
Yeah, on a hot mic.
You heard it, sidebar.
I will hear you.
I heard it.
Yeah, I hear it.
Hang on. Okay.
Who the hell is this guy?
He's one of the
I need
YouTube guys.
to put this up. Barbie, let me play this one more time, and I'm going to slow it down maybe.
Who did?
Okay. Ready? Here we go.
When you approach.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in their cruise, in his cruise?
Sustained injures, I'm going to ask you to strike that question, disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Listen.
Oh, you can hear it. Can you hear it?
Yep, I heard
What?
asshole. Oh my god.
Who said this? Let me just rewind just one more time. Let's.
I will hear you.
Yep, right there. The judge just called him an asshole.
Somebody said something in a mic.
Oh, bias Bev, huh? She's
Holy-
unbelievable, that woman.
Oh, was that McLaughlin? I don't know. I think it was Bev.
No, I think it was Bev. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I truly do not like that man. I truly do not like that man. Why? Because he wants to get a fair fucking trial? These guys are bullshit, man. Bullshit. Shit. I can't believe I actually live in this town. You know? Oh my god. Fucking people. These fucking people. Oh my god. With that shit with Turtle Boy yesterday, with the grand jury shit going on. Come on. Can we talk about this one?
This was one of the photos that we were talking about. You can see the different cruisers. They said this was taken. They said this was done at the same day on the same time. I mean, it's pretty clear as day. It's not. You know.
So this is the Lexus. This is when Trooper Paul was doing his 24-mile-an-hour backup test, right? And then the top picture, rapid reverse acceleration test A.
Yeah. So the top picture in trial one, Gallagher testified that he was in his marked Canton Cruiser. He sat at the end of the driveway to block the entrance, so nobody came into the parking lot while the testing was being done. Said he sat there the entire time, and then they left and went to Fairview, meaning he was there the whole time. But when you look at this is the top video was filmed outside of the SUV, obviously. But then when they filmed inside the SUV, you can clearly see that the Canton Cruiser isn't there in picture B, and the car that's parked in the parking lot is obviously not the same car either. The one on the top has black rims, the one on the bottom has white or silver rims.
That's right, yeah.
Why it's important, in my opinion, is this is another key cycle that they added on that's unaccounted for. Because you know how important they say the key cycles are. This is key cycle 1164 was Paul's testing, and you know.
Yep.
This is just another one that they can add in. I mean, there's more you could dig into deeper with the times on the clocks that I've done, but it's just another lie that they tell. That why? What is the point of the lies? Like this is as clear as day that it's not the same time of day.
Nope.
And it's almost like they put that black. There's one car in the driveway, right? And it's almost like they tried to make it look the same. You know?
Yeah, you're right. Like it's like, yeah, it's a lot closer on B.
Like you can see you can see the rims. That's the main thing that I was.
Yeah, and then you can see like where the cruisers are supposed to be. That's about the same distance, but the other car is the white rims is closer to us, and that's a Malibu. That's a state police car.
What are you lucky? What are you, Lucky Lawford?
No, just no. I know Malibus. I guess. Yeah. So that's a B car, which that's definitely a Malibu. I can't tell what the top one is, but
I mean, if you zoom in, you can see that there's snow on the windows of the top in picture A.
Yeah.
In the car that's parked, there's snow on the windows. In picture B, there's no snow on the window. So these were definitely different times. Like I said, what does it prove? Yeah. Not exactly sure, but one thing is definitive that one, they're lying about something, and two, it's at least one other key cycle. You know?
Yeah. Interesting.
I see Olivia's here.
Oh, hey. What's up?
What's up?
Stop.
I was reading the Higgins text. I didn't realize he hit Karen with a sup. Did you see that?
Yeah. Yes, I did. Yeah, I did.
Sup.
So
What's going on, player?
That couldn't close the door, man. Holy shit. And he like I felt like he was like he's really like shy. Like, I don't know how
Yeah, he just has no game.
nothing. I guess he just uses the gun and badge to get wherever he wants, and that's pretty much an easy take. But when it comes to locking somebody down who doesn't care about the badge and gun so much, couldn't do it. Or did he do it? I don't know. I have no idea.
So I was thinking about the defense's case, right?
Right.
And I think the one thing that they need to hammer is Chloe. Because when you have Garrett Wing and Dr. Russell that are both going to testify saying that they're dog bites, you have to set it up, right? So I'm calling Brian Albert to the stand. And I'm not going to press him about everything. I'll press him about the butt dials, and I want to know about Chloe. Where was she that morning? Where was she that night? And then, you know what we should get into? When did you give the dog away? How did you find the person that you gave the dog away to? Where did you meet the person that you gave the dog to? When was this? Where was this? Get all the information of when Chloe was rehomed. Then you call Nicole. You call Nicole. Ask her the same questions. Where was the dog in the morning? Was the dog in your room when Jen McCabe came barging in? Who did you give the dog to? When? Where? Why? How? Like, how did you get in contact with these people to take the dog in the first place? Press them on all of it. Then after you call them two and ask Nicole and Brian about that, then you bring in Wing and then you bring in Russell, who will both testify that John O'Keefe was bit by a dog. You can even call the people that got bit by Chloe.
The other, the people that breaking up the fights and stuff, or the other dogs. Yeah,
exactly. I'd make that the focal point, and then you bring in Lucky, who didn't see the body. Then you bring in the crash daddies. Then you bring in the medical experts. I don't know how any person is going to get past that as tearing at beyond reasonable doubt. There it is, right there.
I have a question. Where does the FBI fit into this? Because if you're the FBI and you're looking at the Sandra Birchmore case and you're looking at these clowns, absolute bumbles of idiots, you're looking at these guys and you're not looking twice. I mean, how can the FBI investigation be over with these people running the show? How?
I mean, I'm pretty over the FBI at this point, Tommy. Honestly, we're kind of on our own at this point.
But yeah, I think they're still relevant.
I know they are. I know, but it's like you have to realize the FBI has to have they have to have definitive proof of who did it. They're not just going to. They don't do anything half-assed, and if they can't figure it out exactly, they're not going to. They also can't bring They also can't bring charges against anybody while there's still a state case going on. Because that's what happened. If you remember the Birchmore thing, like when they arrested Farwell, they got. Remember they arrested him under a weird statute. It was like
murder of a federal witness or something. Yes.
Yes.
What
was like a loophole.
What was she witness to that the federal government would be involved in? And then
that was like their loophole to be able to make the arrest.
Correct.
But how do they do that in this case? That it's.
How'd they get there to begin with? They had to go through Karen's case to get to her case. Same people. Connected.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people, same people involved in both cases.
I mean, it's unfortunate, but my opinion is there's probably never going to be justice for John. Because Norfolk County's never going to investigate the McAlberts or any of these people. They're not going to.
Okay. What about
That's
Enrique?
my opinion.
What about Enrique?
I still haven't heard nothing about that.
I know. He's totally separate, and they treat him the same way. Who cares? So what? The fact they're not friggin' they're knocking in doors every day looking for a killer is puzzling to me.
The Enrique thing is, I mean, you haven't heard. They've gone hush about that. I mean, from the jump, they went hush.
Right. And he hasn't been in front of a judge at all since he's been arrested.
Who's
That's
that?
weird.
Farwell?
Yes. So is he talking? I mean, they verifying before they charge him? They may lower the charge. We'll charge you with this crime if you give us information. Hence why they're not going to throw him in front of a judge anytime quick, because they haven't, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if the FBI cuts deals like that. I don't know. I haven't really been following it. Honestly, this case alone is too much to be able to keep up with. But
So going back to the Traverse real quick. Can we go for a second? John's Traverse. So what I'm reading in your tweet is that on February 3rd, when the Ring camera was opened up by Proctor, he knew it to be very important to get that car fixed and back to the spot before anybody else picked up on it. Is basically what I'm reading.
yeah, I mean, with the Traverse, the fact that he documented it on February 3rd makes it clear that he saw the Ring video of Karen backing into John's car at 5:07 a.m. He saw that video, and then he went and documented that Traverse, 4 days later? The only reason he would go and document pictures of that Traverse is if he knew Karen hit John.
That's right.
Because there is zero other explanation for it.
Right. I'm like thinking the same exact thing. I'm like, you can see all the cars in the driveway on February 3rd, like all the people that are there. There's another Chevy in front of them. It's just a lot of people there. Why? And literally from just, if they took it to Wanless's shop, let's just say we use Wanless for a body shop. It's literally from where John lives, 1.5 miles away.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, I don't even care about that. I don't even know. There doesn't have to be damage.
Why did he do this? Is what you're getting at. Why
Exactly.
did he do
He
this?
found it important enough to go to Meadows, take the pictures of the Traverse, but he found that so important, but he did not find important enough on January 29th at 3:30 when he got to Dighton to take a picture of Karen's taillight.
Right.
Buchanan testified the other day that Michael Proctor got within 3 feet of the taillight.
Yes, he did.
And
He said
didn't
that,
take a picture of it.
That's correct.
See, you have to look at this case through the way I try to look at this case is you look at it through the lens that, okay, let's just assume that there is no cover up and MSP is working an honest and truthful investigation. Like they want to find all the evidence. They want to be able to get all the evidence that they could possibly gather so they can have a strong case to get a conviction, right? That's the goal of every investigation. So for them not to take a picture of it, one, at Dighton, or even when they got back to the Sallyport, knowing that the CERT team was looking for taillight at the time they got back. The search was going on at that time. The first thing that they would want to do is get a picture of that taillight to Tully to show him the damage and say, hey, this is how much taillight we're looking for. Okay? But they didn't.
Yeah, you're
Why
right.
wouldn't you do that? You know that they're there looking for taillight. So why wouldn't you want to provide them the damage? Tully had no idea how much damage there was.
Allegedly.
I mean, he didn't see it. He didn't.
Yeah.
At two,
you're right.
at
He didn't see it.
2:31 p.m., Proctor calls Barrows and says, we're coming to retrieve a vehicle involved in a homicide. 2:31 p.m. They haven't even seen the SUV yet, and they know that they're coming to get a vehicle from a homicide. 1 minute later, 1 minute later, Tully calls O'Hara to set up the search. They didn't even know taillight was actually missing. They just Jen McCabe said it was. Jen McCabe said it was.
That's what I was circling back to under her guise of these words and holy shit.
Think about it.
Holy shit.
Tully told the CERT team where to search based on the last location of Karen's SUV. That's where Tully told them to focus their search. And where did they get that information from? Jen McCabe. Everything starts and ends with Jen McCabe.
Didn't they hold off? Didn't they hold off in the search until they got the green light? Wasn't there something about that, Flip? They were holding back.
Yeah, exactly that. And then O'Hara changed his testimony from the first trial. He said at 5:41 they started the search. Then this trial was 5:24. But the biggest thing is at 5:45 they claimed the first piece of taillight was found. 5:45. The car arrived at Canton PD at 5:31.
Okay.
After they found that first piece of taillight at 5:45, O'Hara asks Tully, "Do you have a picture of the taillight so I can assess the damage and know what we're looking for?" Tully says, "I can't. The car's being towed back to Canton." The car's been in the Sallyport for 10 minutes.
Jesus. Oh my God.
And that's not even the worst thing. Like, the search ended at like 6:15, 6:30. They said they wrapped up.
Yeah.
That's another 30 minutes that goes by, and they still don't have a picture. He never was given a picture.
He never wrote a fucking report.
No. And you know what? You know what else? Yuri slipped up on this during. I have it clipped. I'm going to post it later. Yuri slipped up and said on February 8th or February 10th, one of those days when they found taillight but didn't document it, he said, and I quote, "We were undermanned. So we didn't have enough bodies to be able to do a full documentation because we didn't have enough manpower."
Okay.
But the CERT team offered to come back and help. So they weren't undermanned. They didn't want it documented.
Exactly. Good point. Good catch. Holy shit, dude. So glad you're here today, man. I needed some flip ahead today.
It's all too much common sense. Think about Mike. Everything he said is true. Just the times alone proved he could not have done this. Wow.
It's great. And another thing that I picked up on from Buchanan the other day, he showed taillight that was found by, I think it was by Proctor on February 18th. I think it was 3 pieces. The last day that taillight was found. Wouldn't you know, by chance, the pieces that Proctor found on the 18th fit together.
Oh, no.
They were taped together.
That's
Meaning,
nice. Wow.
What are the odds of that? What are the odds that the last pieces you find fit perfectly together? It's insanity to believe this.
That's almost the odds of that mathematically happening are fucking so big that the last 3 pieces they find and put into evidence are actually the 3 pieces that are needed to complete the whole diagram.
Yeah, that fit together. They're taped together.
No fucking way. No fucking way. Holy
and it's funny.
Bob Alisi is going to crush this.
And it's funny because the one section of the taillight, when it was completely reconstructed, there's one section missing. The top left corner or whatever. That's the piece of taillight that they never found at Fairview.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. The real top, the top corner.
The top,
piece, right
there's a little piece that's no taillight.
It almost looks like a cover.
Yes. And you know what's funny? What? When Carrie Roberts was asked, remember she said there was a piece of metal sticking out?
Yes.
Yep.
It was the exact spot where that piece the taillight that they never found was. The exact spot.
She says, "Oh my God, somebody's coat's going to get caught on that."
Yes.
You know,
that is the spot that was the pieces were never found to reconstruct, where that piece was that she claims.
What the fuck, man?
If you go back and watch Carrie Roberts, she is super hesitant. She's super hesitant about admitting that the taillight was like completely shattered the way they showed it. That's just my read on it. She was not willing to go there.
Holy shit!
Wow.
Yeah, literally, I just said the top section of the Karen's car would have hit John Stavrous. So that's where I think the original crack happened, and the piece probably slid down inside the housing, and
Yeah, she cracked it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then you hear Karen describe it in the Gretchen Voss interview. She said, "I picked the piece of taillight out." That's the piece that they never found.
Right.
But think about it though. If there was a piece that was like they said it was falling into the taillight, right? That's what Karen described it as. And the Gretchen Voss,
that's what would have happened. The force of that would have cracked it and would have dropped right down in as soon as she backed off the pressure of the car. Yes.
exactly. But here's the thing, Mike. She said that the taillight was falling into the housing, right?
Right.
The only way for that piece to be falling into the housing and to be able to stay there is if the rest of the taillight was still intact.
Correct.
Because if there wasn't, it couldn't fall into anything. It would just fall right to the ground.
It had to be. It had to be there. That's right. It had to be there, Flip. Yep. Wow. Wow, dude.
It's crazy.
Jesus, fucking, my gosh, man.
Now, I know you guys have seen the one document I made. That is about as clear as day as it gets. That tail light was altered.
I had the privilege of seeing it before you published it, and I was still blown away. I was like, "This is nuts," and I think you got a lot of heat for that, didn't you? A little bit.
Yeah, that was funny. We won't talk about that, but
Flip.
yeah.
Flip, I have a question. What do you think about the the footage outside of the Canton Police Department with Higgins in it? That newly found footage that they found on a flash drive that nobody knows where it came from.
I thought that was Brian Albert.
Oh, stop it!
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. That really pissed me off. I mean, it's incriminating, but it doesn't. I mean, there's nothing really. I mean, you can look at it as much as you want. There's really not much there to. You're kind of just guessing. I mean, at that point, I mean, the main things I would take away from that is that one, he was on the phone with somebody at.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 1:30. People forget that it's 1:30 in the morning.
Yep.
That's right.
What grown 50-year-old man is making phone calls at 1:30 in the morning? Who are you talking to at one? Who are you talking to at 1:35 in the morning? What is he, 50 years old? Boss, I'm like, what are you doing at 1:30 in the morning? You talking on the phone?
No, sir. No.
Who's he calling at 1:30 in the morning? And he denied it. He denied ever doing it.
That's right. He did deny.
He said he didn't make any phone calls.
He didn't move a single vehicle. He said he was there to move vehicles. He on the stand. He moving vehicles.
Mm-hmm. And he's going in and out of cars. There's something like all these cars. It's like the whole thing is just nuts. Why are you going to Canton PD? You were there 3 hours before.
Do you think it'd be beneficial for the prosecution to probably call him up for now and get in front of this, or just let it bleed out?
I don't think Brennan's going to call him because he doesn't want to give Alan Jackson the ability to cross-examine him. See, that's the other thing that people have been saying about, like,
yeah,
people are saying that the defense shouldn't call Proctor and all these people because they don't want to give Brennan the opportunity to cross-examine them and like build their credibility back. There's no way Michael Proctor's credibility is going to be built back no matter what Brennan does. When those text messages get read out with everything they already know about him, and then couple that with the fact that the prosecution didn't call the lead investigator, like there's no building back any credibility with that. There's none. His credibility's already shot.
And they're trying to shoot down Tully's demotion. They're trying to not let that in. Obviously, he's getting objected
I'm
to.
calling Tully.
Yep.
If I'm the defense, I'm calling Tully. I'm calling Proctor. I'm calling Higgins, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert. I'm calling them all. I'm calling Dr. Scorti-Bello,
right?
The woman who did the autopsy on John O'Keefe. How many times has the prosecution not called the medical examiner, the lead investigator, and the homeowner of where a murder happened? In history,
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't. Yeah, that's kind of like basic prosecution 101. You have to call these certain amount of people to prove your case. That it was actually happened this way. How do you get away? How do you get around that without a medical examiner? So you want people to use their common sense, of, well, the medical examiner would have said this. How do you get around it? Like, you have to understand that medical examiner puts undetermined on there. She can't tell whether, hitting his head, or a car hit him. She couldn't say either way. But the defense hired their own medical examiner from Rhode Island.
Yep. See, I think she's going to be big. Yeah.
I think someone alluded to, it might have been Yannetti or Jackson alluded to the bruising around the armpits the other day. Do you
Yeah,
remember hearing that?
lividity. The lividity.
The lividity. That really jumped out to me. I'm like, why are they bringing up lividity now? Like, what does it have to do with anything? And then how it marks the body when you move it, touch it, lift it, add weight to it, it changes the weight of the blood where it would settle.
Exactly.
Right. So I'm just thinking someone picked them up from I'm just spitballing here, picked them up from underneath the arms, maybe. I don't know. There's more, but there was a reason why he brought it up. Jackson doesn't do anything for not be or say something like that without something behind, right? Something's coming. I just don't know what it is yet. And why do you hire a girl from Brown University, the chief medical examiner from Rhode Island,
right,
to come up? And we're not going to call. Yeah, Tony.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, and then the prosecution's not going to call Scotabelli, who is the girl that gave the autopsy to down in the Cape. Fucked up.
You said something that I think needs a little more credit for what it is worth, Mike.
What's up, buddy?
When that guy in the diner, when he went down and I had to pick him up, his armpits were absolutely bruised by me trying to pick him up. And this guy weighed 265, 280, heavy guy. His armpits bruised, but not by me, but by both of us that were picking this guy up. So you're absolutely right on that, Mark. I'm telling you, the bruising after the fact is a big deal, Mike. Big deal.
The key to
I think go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I just think like anytime you move somebody with like that, it's kind of common knowledge that if someone's been laying there for a while and then they get picked up to be brought to a hospital or to a morgue, there's lividity issues around wherever they picked them up. Yeah, I've known that. Yes.
Yeah, and Jackson said in the opening that she's going to testify that he wasn't didn't die from hypothermia. One, and I think the key thing with Scorty Bella that I assume the new one's going to testify to this too, but Scorty Bella testified that the impact to the back of John's head left him incapacitated, meaning he can't move.
That's right.
That's what incapacitated. Once his head hit that ground, he was done. There's no getting up and walking after that. You know, that took him out. And that's going to tie into what I was saying about what Alessi brought up to Whiffen. It kind of was subtle, but he asked Whiffen about the ARP aperture report that said trigger 2 from the key cycle data showed 12, 31, and 38 seconds. Remember that number. It's going to come back to be huge. They're saying that at that time is when Karen hit John, 12, 31, 38.
12, 31, 30. Okay.
18 seconds after that is when John O'Keefe's phone Apple Health data starts moving again for 20 seconds. For 20 seconds. So that's what? 18 seconds after the impact with John O'Keefe.
Yep.
They're saying he takes his phone out of his pocket, reads a text message from Jen McCabe, locks his phone, puts it back in his pocket,
and lays back down.
Yeah.
You know what they're saying. His pants at court, he puts his phone in his back right pocket, and his back right pocket's ripped open. You see that?
Yeah.
On his jeans, yeah.
See, the thing with the Apple Health data, the last 20 seconds, the last movement, he goes 80 feet and takes 36 steps. Like that's, like 80 feet is a good distance. Like you're not pacing back and forth during that time, 20 seconds, you're walking with a purpose.
You make it
especially in a blizzard, right? He ain't taking his time. He's gonna stride in. You know how he's gonna route. Mike, of all people, you know his gait. You know how he's gonna jot up into the front.
Oh, yeah.
Not fast, but he's gonna move. You know that.
He wasn't wearing a puppy coat.
No, he was. Guys, a couple steps, he's halfway there, Mike. He played ball so he can run. You know that.
Oh yeah.
I'm interested to see if you remember. Brennan snuck it in like a couple, like like 2 or 3 hearings before the trial started, he snuck in that something about John's phone disconnecting from Karen Reed's Bluetooth at like 12:30.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do remember that. Yeah.
And I think he's insinuating that that is her
And-
driving off and leaving him. I think that's what he's trying to insinuate. But we don't know if that is from John's cell phone or if that's from
Karen's car.
The new black box data that they got. I think the thing that people confuse is the black box data that they were talking about with the bits and bytes and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with TextStream. It's two completely different things.
Okay.
All right.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Like, and I'm thinking, I also think if when John was in the house, his phone was searching for other Bluetooth devices to hook up to as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know how far Bluetooth range
Bluetooth
goes.
is on, it's always talking. Bluetooth is always talking.
And people have their Wi-Fi on their phone for always searching for another,
Wireless
Wi-Fi
network.
system.
Yep.
So if he went into the house and his phone's activated to always searching for a Wi-Fi, it's going to pick up the Albert's Wi-Fi and then ask for a password, obviously. But I'm wondering if that actually registers in the phone that it actually found the Wi-Fi. But I guess you can probably find the Wi-Fi sitting outside as well, too. I don't know if that's going to be a big deal or not, but to find Bluetooth items, you have to be pretty close to them in order for it to pick up. I know that.
Olivia's yelling at me in the chat. I think if Karen's car had Apple CarPlay in it, that would be the infotainment system, right?
Apple CarPlay, correct.
So Olivia's saying the data they tested on the car from the infotainment and telematics system. Okay.
Yeah, I think. I mean, if he was hooked up to that. Also, it's weird to me that John was hooked up to Karen's Wi-Fi.
Real quick,
Bluetooth.
Olivia's in capital letters. Olivia, the black box data showed no events.
There you go. That's all you need to know, right there. That's it. End
Then,
of
but then
story.
they tried, or Manchin said he could retest it.
Fucking hey, man.
And then Carrie Ann brings up a good point. I saw this. She said the defense has got to put on Higgins to get the phone and the SIM card. And that's a great point. You have to get that out there to the jury for Higgins, that he destroyed his phone in a military base.
Yeah.
But no. He deleted the data off the SIM card before he destroyed it at the military base. Why would you do that? Who takes that extreme step?
A guilty person.
It is crazy
No need for it. No need for it. Zero need.
What was it? The day after John died, or the day or two after that, he went to an FBI headquarters and printed out text messages and turned it over.
Yep.
You know how crazy that is?
Well, just in case.
He
Hope it
can't
helps.
ask for his, but he can't ask for his phone. He gave him shit. Why do you need my phone? And
No, you said this is, yeah.
He said,
No,
Trooper Buchanan asked him again. He says, well, I'm not going to give you my phone, but if we find out later, you're going to be under the pains and, process of the law if we find something on there. Allegedly is what he told him. And then, we get this redacted text stream. The other thing about the texts to Karen is that when Karen texted Higgins, John died, he ghosted her. Like, what are you talking about? We were just with him. I just saw him 12 hours ago. Nothing.
What a time to make a move. The guy doesn't do a thing, Mike. Not even a response.
It's kind of weird to me.
Yeah.
I didn't remember the text from Karen and Higgins' last trial about her going to his house in West Roxbury. I got some questions about that.
Yeah.
That was redacted. Yeah. That was taken out. That was taken out last time.
It wasn't in last time, right?
That's correct. You're right.
We didn't hear about that.
That Kelch helped him with, his buddy from the kiosk at the building. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever happened at his house in West Roxbury, you could tell Karen was done after that, because if you read the text messages from the next couple of days.
I said the same thing, dude. I'm like, he did not perform. Shit did not go right that night.
I'm not speculating, but you could tell he was texting her a couple times, and she was being short with him, and then didn't answer for like a week.
like so disappointed.
Hold on, I have to.
Listen, if you can't start there, I'm sorry. You can't finish anywhere, guys. Sorry.
This is after Karen left. This is so funny. I was cracking up reading this. Karen said, "Home, alive." Wink emoji. Higgins said, "Cool." / thoughts. What do you mean thoughts?
You
Karen
should
said,
know, bro.
"Maybes, you." And then Higgins goes, "What?" Karen said, "You asked my thoughts." Higgins says, "You didn't answer." Karen, "I don't know my thoughts." Higgins, "Okay, I think I get it." That was it. It's like,
Hey,
bro,
you
what?
guys
What
want
are
to
you
read a
talking?
statistic? Listen to this one.
Wow.
I got only
You're breaking up, buddy.
Mike, the
Anyway,
best, the best text was
you
this.
there?
Yeah,
Mike,
go
You
ahead.
went there. No, you're breaking up, buddy.
only 1% of death certificates are undetermined, and we have 2, Delgado and O'Keefe.
Wow.
Yes.
And it's only because of skeletal remains. That's the only other reason. But that's not the case in either one of these. How do you undetermine a death? Really? That in
I'm
itself
happy
is
that
suspect.
Squirty Bell wouldn't have been swayed. Mike, the best
Uh,
text though was the next day. Karen said, "Yeah, that makes 2 of us." And then Higgins said, "I want a drink." Karen said, "Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits." He goes, "Hardy from 98.5. He hangs out at Currents. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Centers of America." He crushed her. She crushed him.
absolutely, totally
Call him a
fucking
drunk.
crushed him. He
All right, we're back.
he probably couldn't do shit.
We're
The
back.
screens, just saving the screens jumping. All right. Thanks, Flip.
I can hang out for a little bit.
Yeah, dude, you're more than welcome. Let's see if we get the screen fixed. Here we go. Want to try channel 10? I don't know.
I think we're watching the Cat and Sally Port video.
They already are watching that?
No, that's what it feels like watching this.
Oh yeah. Okay, let's see what they watch.
Yes. If it's tested for other types of information.
Yeah, it's up. The glare's got it going on. And
A little bit.
yeah, it's.
Travel to other places. Yes.
Are we working on it? I can't tell Sammy. It's frozen.
Working here, Mike. Oh,
But
it's stopped
not
now.
here.
It's
Yeah,
skipping.
it's not.
It's skipping,
Yeah, it's
right?
not- yeah, nothing's going on, bro.
Can you refresh it?
Yeah, can we do? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the internet traffic watching this freaking trial is immense.
Stop making excuses.
I'm just saying. I wouldn't want to be it.
Still nothing, bro.
No volume.
No nothing.
No news so far.
It's all right. Yeah.
Try something else besides law and crime. That's just not working for us here. It's not working on our end.
Can you refresh the whole stream?
I wish I could tell you an answer, Flip.
Oh, they're on it. They're probably getting another channel.
Please hang tight for our technical difficulties. We'll be with you in a moment.
Everyone's gone.
I just see the numbers just going.
Listen,
Front
fuckers,
problem.
I'm fucking working on it, all right?
All right, all right. That's all I needed to hear. Someone communicating with us.
I'm not going to put Joe Flipperhead on this.
Ah,
Crotch Goblin. The hell is that, Shelby?
You don't want to know.
A child. Every time you flip, you sound like old Greg. Have you ever heard of old Greg?
No.
No.
Look it up.
Oh,
Hold on,
no.
I had to shut. We had a.
Listen to Ryan Hartnett.
Are we,
Hold on, I'm working on it.
Are we streaming from fucking Western Mass again?
Yes, and you know what? You're gonna.
What?
Oh my God, Boston 10. Nope, it's not frozen. Okay, hold on.
So we're inside 34 Fairview. No signal or nothing.
Shut the fuck up, Flip.
It's a blackout zone.
It's a dead zone for the phone. It's a dead zone for the phone and Boston police officers. Oh my God.
All right,
Can we
thank
hear-
you, Crotch Goblin.
All right, good.
Goblin.
Fuck you, Flip.
Dude, I like the post you had where Mother's Day where Allen Iverson was getting his hairs refixed by his mom. I forgot he played for Denver.
Are we good? Can I go now?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
You can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay,
separate
that's fine. I was
packages
hidden there.
After it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
And dude, he was a beast with Imadello. Is that what the guy's last name? Oh my
Matumbo.
God. Oh,
You've already
my
showed us
God.
the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you explain what those are?
These are two small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Shit.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184. 3-1 assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag.
What? I could have fallen off, I guess, but this is fucking Bush League. Fucking Bush League.
And these two items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much. May I approach? Yes. I'll take that.
Yeah, Leslie's going to pick
Brought
this
the
burger
tail light
apart.
housing back to the lab.
She'll-
Did you
she'll be
take it
crying
out
by the end of
bag
the
and
day.
Do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab. I moistened it with sterile water, And then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the tail light.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the tail light.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab? What areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance related to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what parts you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
At some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Those are my clock chimes, people. Sorry, that's my clock inside my office.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Kent Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please? Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a larger manila envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
Oh my God.
Take that.
Preserve and maintain. They were in solo cups for 3 days. But you're worried about preserving and maintaining it.
Clothing.
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that
Here we go.
photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly.
No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark them 1 exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's
I already
permission,
feel bad
could
for
we
this girl,
please show
for
Form
Alessi.
P190 to the jury.
Yes.
I do too, man, because I remember last year she got fucking spooked.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
Oh no, here we go.
Explain to us what you see.
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P194.
Let's get that up the screen real quick. Here's the one.
I wonder if that's the infrared light in the top left.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
And
it
a
is,
little bit
dude.
different
It's the light.
Markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
Pair of
When you
tweezers in
put
the bottom
tabs
right.
on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter
523.
paper that I use to
What
mark
the
it.
fuck?
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that you keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P196, which is 147C.
It's a canine
What does
tooth.
that depict, man?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the, yes, the circle part? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
Blood,
That's
there's
a
blood right
close-up
there.
photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please.
Quickly.
In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
What?
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
What's up?
See, the problem is the jury has no idea that the dog bite theory yet. They're just looking at these holes. They have no idea.
Showing you 2 photographs. You can look at the first one. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it a fair? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please take a look.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, move these 2 photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Of course not. Keep digging. This is your warning.
148 A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17. Is the back of the orange T-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilmer? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that T-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to
Right back.
P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange T-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the
Yes.
court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that T-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I handed you two photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
I'd move these two to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you.
Um,
Court's permission, please. Thank you.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item?
We
How would you
sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt, and any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate
And
item
Solo
number,
cups.
and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is she saying that when she scraped the sweatshirt, there was no debris that she noticed, but there was from the
That item
t-shirt?
number, the debris from the jeans,
Yes.
was 7-1.8.
Saying there was microscopic pieces of taillight in the t-shirt,
Yes.
short sleeve t-shirt.
Yes. That was under
That's
his.
Those two items, the
That's what she said, right?
debris that you
Yeah.
acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it in the firing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw. No,
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
It's pretty good. She said she found black debris in the sweatshirt.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Nothing of note on the sweatshirt from the scrapings.
Okay.
Interesting, huh?
To a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and for the clerk,
Great.
have them marked with next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate.
Okay.
He's like the super nerd dude. I love this guy. You know,
I would hate to go against him.
Oh fuck no! Imagine having been. He's your professor. Oh man,
He's one of those
Oh.
assholes. It's just always nice. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
dude. No matter what you
he knows
say.
he knows he's right. He knows all the answers. There's no getting around him. So if you're not right, we got a problem. I love this guy. Oh God.
He did the hard as a rock thing. That was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
The what?
I've never heard a weatherman get on the news and say it's going to be 35 degrees today and the ground is going to be hard as a rock.
150 to 153.
Your Honor,
I forgot about that. You gotta clip that fucking thing.
I have a video of it. You ever see that video?
I haven't. No, I gotta watch it again. Oh, this is great. How many objections are we gonna hear? That's Hank, so it won't be so much,
154.
right? I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Here we go. Ding, ding. I'm gonna mute myself on this one. Flip, you got the commentary. Flip, you got the play-by-play.
For us?
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need that.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's 2:30. We got an hour and a half of this, so at least.
Unless I may approach for the witness. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Olivia, my mother told me how soft the ground would be today.
She's a smart ass.
She's busting your balls.
Good afternoon, Ms.
Oh.
Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Congrats on your
You were
successful career so
dispatched
far.
to the Sallyport at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Former.
You
Got it in there.
understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation.
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle.
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it.
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the
See those bruises?
correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
Oh my God.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Leslie, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sustain.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Canton Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I have nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, it include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about the lift gate going all the way down and then go to the bumper and then go under the bumper and where it curls under the bumper, then with the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's
and you
correct.
refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage.
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And What were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29 of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you
What?
a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stained material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, the applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red Solo Cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red Solo Cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red Solo Cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 Solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at. Is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same Solo Cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which Solo Cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I did not believe it was significant at the time.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best Solo Cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those Solo Cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which Solo Cup in the bag that these Solo Cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Verrier.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sallyport?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sallyport, but I do not recall which officer relayed that
So
to
it
me.
was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single Solo Cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the Solo Cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, no testing was done on those swabs.
So as we all sit here today, There has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains. Oh,
Sustained.
you testified that the remainder of the contents of the Solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 Solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those Solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the Solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Oh.
Michael Proctor have taken control of those Solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them over. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups. So it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them. So I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed, as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday.
And what was
Maybe,
the
I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your honor's permission.
She is nervous for it.
We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
And
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that taillight.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there is what would have been exposed when may I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that
Sure.
helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present, if there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct. I did not swab the inside.
With regard to what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
all? I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sally Port for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
Yeah, Mikey, I got to bounce.
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question.
All right, Flip. Thanks so much, man. I
didn't
appreciate it.
find anything that was not
catch you later.
inherent to the
All right,
taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there is a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, if that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay. So last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit. So I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did? Okay.
So stand without more of a foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all of the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again,
Sure.
please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent
You
glass.
talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, there's a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With your Honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Wolk just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you.
Yes, so the glass found at 34 View and the glass found on the back bumper are not the same. Just a heads up. He's setting her up for the kill right now.
With your honor's permission, if Mr. Wolk, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your
What the
permission, go to
fuck?
Exhibit 133.
Holy shit. It is a reflection. It's a reflection.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you. With your honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture,
Okay.
and you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure. Okay. And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only 1 sticker that you put on, and therefore only 1 volume of glass associated with 1 sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you too well.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, 1 sticker and 1 B, and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label 2 separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore a duplication, is that correct? Yes.
Sistine.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Existing.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Existing.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously, understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct? Let's go to these, we can go back to the, none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video, thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds.
This is crazy that that's a reflection. She has just ruined her career. Look at her staring at it. Oh my goodness. Wow.
If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with your honor's permission, if we could publish it. Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sallyport on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was in fact that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sallyport on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken. So that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? And we can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with your honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they passed. If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening. And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So that occurs on January 29. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is.
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dayton and then towed back from Dayton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it. Correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
Oh.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dayton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes. Okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center so Ms. Hartnett can see what okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to and go up above 1, just above the average, is the yellow highlight what's above.
Tommy,
the
can you
above
mute?
average speed? Yes. Okay. And if you now can go
Thank you.
down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle that So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustained.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It, in fact, wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair And within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? Recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With your honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, your honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shape.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Are you
Can
looking
once
at the
again,
right
just so
thing?
we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name.
Okay.
Right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolf, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit. Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair? Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
Oh,
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they're taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay,
If that would be helpful to you answer your questions, happy to do it.
potentially, yes, thank you.
Mr. Wolf? Maybe we could zoom in if possible for each one, so we get it. Would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side of this?
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're
Alright,
taking.
Let's start with the overall
Okay.
first, that you would like, and then we can, okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head-on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom, it's still the same from side to side, it's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is, the one camera angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes, yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
They're same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks,
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
if you could just explain what you mean by oriented. I think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in. Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of things, please.
They are taking applications at McDonald's. They're supposed to hire 375,000 people this summer. Just a heads up.
Mike, is this real life? Are we seeing this, Mike? Is this happening?
This is crazy, Tom.
Like, Mike, how do you put words to this?
She knows what to say. She just doesn't want to say it.
Oh,
The jury sees right through it. I can tell you that.
just so much wrong with this, dude. So much wrong with this. Like, just even the evidence collection itself, Mike, is wrong.
He's punching a hole so wide through this case right now, especially the hair.
This is not a win for them.
No, man.
Wow.
This is fucking crazy, dude. I can't believe they're even going forward with this trial.
Exactly. Wait, this doesn't prove anything. Dude, there's a reflection. There's 2 stickers there. She testified to 2 stickers.
Yeah, then she had to eat her words because
It's a reflection.
I'm telling you, it was a reflection.
Dude,
Yeah, you're right. It
That,
totally was.
that's bad. Oh, that's gonna leave a mark. That's gonna be the headline in the Herald tomorrow morning. Wow. Talk about finding evidence.
Yeah, this is not good, dude. For the Commonwealth again. Just
Embarrassed, man. Totally embarrassed for the people.
Yep.
I just don't have words, Mike.
Neither does this witness. She's getting thrown to the wolves, you know. It really is.
Oh my.
I just can't stop doing that. I can't stop thinking about these not poor people, but like people that just get thrown out there that like she's a civilian, you know, tech that works in the lab, and they're just throwing her out there to the wolves.
Yep.
Back.
Mr. Wolf, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those 2 depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The 2 depictions that are up on the screen,
Do I have any explanation of what?
of those 2 depictions that you're certain of?
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same questions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
So you can walk out.
Mike, you know what is amazing? Everything that Flipper said, we've already got past, and everything he said proves that she didn't do it.
Yeah.
And we're past that, dude. Like, what are we doing here, Mike? What are we doing here?
Yes, can I see counsel at sidebar while the jury's filing out, please?
Try to convict somebody that has no reason to be there. No basis for it, and just completely people ruining their careers.
And absolutely 0 to John O'Keefe.
It's an embarrassment to the O'Keefe family. They should be pissed. I can't believe, because we're sitting here, I can't believe someone in their family has not pulled them aside and said, listen, we need to talk. Let's have an we need an intervention and just go, this is what we think.
Listen, something else happened. You just need to know it. That's all. Yeah.
We need to sit down with X, Y, and Z for personnel and just talk like we're talking now. And we want to know what they have to say. Because here's the 5 questions that we want answered. You know, obviously they want Turtle Boy in jail.
Oh, Jesus, is that not obvious?
That's
my God.
They want Turtle Boy in jail, which is it hasn't happened, and they're pissed about it. The other things are like every time the Commonwealth puts up their theory or narrative, the defense just knocks it down within one witness, one timeline, which doesn't matter. You know, like you didn't take pictures of this. You undocumented 3 different searches. This lady getting caught with a goddamn reverse camera, and you know, with the reflection.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And they're trying to convict her on that reflection, Mike. That's how bad they're freaking grasping here.
Right? They're trying to use this this stuff, they put it into evidence, and they're trying to say that this is two pieces of glass. It's one.
We're in another dimension, my friend. I don't know how else to put it, but none of this is making any sense. It doesn't. How do you get this far, Mike? How does it get to this point? It can't. But yet, here we are.
Corruption, dude.
There's checks and balances along the ways to prevent this from happening, I thought, right?
I guess when you're trying to railroad somebody for a murder, so other people can still walk around and be free, this is how you do it.
Wow, man.
This is how you attempt to do it. And thank God she has the best team money can buy.
Money. She's the money. It's these people are donating their time and resources, man. They're doing this for free.
I guess I'm just using that as a stated term, but I guess my point is being the best collective minds you can find in the state of in the country. And you're putting a couple of them together, when they know and they believe that her innocence is true, and they're fighting for more than her. They're fighting for the common man in reality, because if they can expose the state police like we think they can, it'll be a huge change. Maybe Maura Healey runs on, changing the Massachusetts State Police.
Speak of that comment. Looks exactly what you said, Mike. Look at that comment. Think of that.
Yeah. If they can get the extraction dumps from Crusty Panties and Tully and the fake victim in Tully in Cosgrove or Mellow, watch out. You're going to see corruption at its finest, and it'll be exposed. Even to what extent, I don't even know, because he's been very good at keeping his cards to his chest. Turtle Boy has, which I respect.
He's doing a really good job with that. Yep.
But
he's still talking and he's still doing his job. You know what I mean?
Yep. But they know what he knows, and they know it's a matter of time before it's all out there.
And that's why they wanted all his devices, without a doubt.
And they want him in jail. Well, they already have them all. Once they got the fake victims and they dumped it, and he got a copy of it, and he knew it was on there between Cosgrove or Mello and the fake victim.
Right.
So now you have the DA special prosecutor.
Yeah, but
trying to go up to Turtle Boy and put him up in bogus face charges. You have Tully, the lieutenant, writing up a fake grand jury summons that was never real to begin with, trying to put Turtle Boy in jail. You just lose all credibility.
All that together, that's collusion, and that is without a doubt a RICO case if there ever was, Mike.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And I think there's personal feelings against, you have Chris Albert going in front of a grand jury, Jen's demanding that, Kerry's demanding that Turtle Boy goes into jail.
Yes.
It's personal with these people.
Right.
Now. It's they want Karen to be found guilty just as much as Turtle Boy, but I get a feeling they know Turtle Boy can get it out to the masses.
He's got that reach. But Mike, think about this. We think about Karen having a murder charge over her head, and that's a horrible thing. But Aiden's got witness intimidation charges over his head too, right? For doing his job.
That's right.
All he did was look at what he's reported. He hasn't said anything incorrect.
Nope.
We're in another world, man.
Yep. You gotta think that it starts, a fish rots from the head down, and that starts with Morrissey or maybe even Healy. And if Healy wants to get reelected, I think she's gotta go with the restructuring of the Mass Police. People are gonna lose their jobs over this. People are gonna be barred. Brennan took a big chance here, and that's why I think he's inserting Lally more and more. Instead of being the whole narcissist fuck that he is. And
right. You're gonna share that with Lally.
If the ship's going down, I'm taking everybody with me.
Gotcha.
Right? That puts more pressure on Morrissey to find more evidence. It puts more pressure on them to try to put Turtle Boy away because Turtle Boy is exposing it. You saw what Hank Brennan tried to do to Turtle Boy in that one proceeding where you let the Karen Reed team out of it.
Yeah.
Under the same docket number as Karen Reed.
That is the best thing they ever did, because Joe Flipperhead wouldn't have made that boom, bitch, get out of the way. And as they walking in and just owning the courtroom, and Aiden's just smiling, here, have a seat. So,
Yeah,
I mean, we see it. Corruption, man. It's so bad.
Steve O24 is like, people have to go to prison. And he's
Oh,
and he's
yeah,
right.
please do.
Like, now you have a civilian lady that works for the lab. Who knows what happened to that truck before she even got there? She doesn't know if that glass made it back and forth from Dayton 60 miles. She never really thought about it. She was told, okay, you need to come in and process this vehicle. She really didn't get into the questions of, okay, how did this glass allegedly arrive here? So it was found on the bumper when it got back here, but allegedly happened at 12:30 that night before. And drove back to One Meadows, drove to Jen McCabe's house, then drove to 34 Fairview, it was towed from One Meadows to Dayton, and then from Dayton back to fucking Canton PD. And the hair was found in a piece of glass. We thought it was 2. Now it was really only 1. This is a big mistake.
I got a bigger one for you. You ready?
Yeah.
Show me in the report, any report, where Yuri and Proctor went back to the DA's office and got their personal vehicles and shoveled them out. Because I don't know about you, but do they carry around evidence collection shit in their freaking vehicle, Mike? Their personal vehicle? They carry like a portable CSI kit? Is that what it works? Is that how it works?
No.
No. All their stuff was in their work vehicle, in the trunk, in the back seat. Right?
Yep.
Yuri's driving around with his truck and Proctor. Whee!
What's your
No evidence collection at all. How can they collect evidence in any way?
Oh, well, they went back to 34 Fairview for the taillights. They were in the government vehicles, but that night they never went to 34, right?
Proctor was never at 34.
Right. So he wouldn't have had anything to process at that time. Mike, did she even went to the Sally Port, or was she given pictures and evidence? And, yeah, Donkey, who even knows? Was she even actually there?
Right. I mean, what are we seeing? Are we even seeing what we're supposed to be seeing? What are we not seeing that they're covering up, Mike? That's the thing. What's cut out of these footage that we can't see? Where are all these skips? Where was with that footage, right?
Yeah. That's why I don't think this case should go any farther. I think they got to stop it because there's so much reasonable doubt.
Stop it. This is criminal. This is absolutely criminal what they're doing. They're modifying evidence, tampering, and skewing evidence.
And
How is that?
You haven't even got to some of the main characters yet either.
Exactly. Wait till Fanning gets up there. Talk about your company. What do you do?
Oh, he'll be up there for an hour, 2-3 days. I mean,
what do you do? How many? I mean, every case goes to every piece of video evidence goes to that company. They touch it, and you tell me that quality is better than what they're showing us.
Of course, it is.
So bad.
This is how they convict people that borderline to be convicted. They could go either way. They might be guilty. They might not be guilty. They can't prove it. But I tell you what, we're going to prove it one way or another, and they'll do it. You just look at the guy, was it Matt Welch? That's on Twitter.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
Same thing happened to him.
Exactly.
Fake piece of paper because she knew the DA. He does 60 days in jail.
Yep.
He had no qualms about it. They fucking shut him right up. But he's not stupid, so he's suing. But still, imagine I just can't get over the balls that this Norfolk County DA has to do stuff like this. And how many people are in jail that really don't deserve to be in jail, or got a jury was turned one way or another just because the state police decided to enter into evidence something that wasn't so. And the attorney or the defense attorney wasn't talented enough to figure it out, or it was put in at the last minute, or whatever.
What about Brian Walsh?
I don't. Yeah, Reddington is Reddington his lawyer? I'm not sure who it is.
Yes,
Yeah, Brian.
think so.
Brian
Yeah,
Walsh,
yeah,
Brian,
yep.
Brian Walsh. He's got all kinds of stuff.
Like money that Kevin Reddington can pilfer out of him.
I don't know if Reddington's a lawyer or not, but I know Reddington's a lawyer for that Turk guy, which Ed Proctor involved. So automatically, Turk has got an appeal situation going on, I believe, but because of the lead investigator being tainted. But anyways, I don't know.
Listen, remember we found out that Brian Albert had an office or shared an office or shared the same mailing address as Kevin Reddington, who's Jen McCabe's attorney. Like,
yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
They shared the same post office, and then they moved. Once it got out, it got updated.
Yep, I'm sure that'll come out. You just gotta wait for the timing, you know. There's a paper trail that happened, and so
They closed that video company the day after John passed away. Yes.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, they did.
Mm-hmm. The day Karen was arraigned, they shut it down.
Oh, I think that's right. That was the day they shut it down.
Yep.
Yeah.
They canceled the yep. All right, dude. Looks
All
like
right,
you're
brother.
relaxing. I'm gonna get off
Crazy
this thing.
day. Yeah, B, I'll talk to you in a bit, bud.
Yeah, you seem like you had a crazy day today.
Oh, Mike, you don't even know. I'll tell you about it. Mike,
right.
I have more things with screenshots with StreamYard than you can even imagine.
Okay, pal.
I'll talk to you, bud.
All right, man. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Yep. Later, bud. All right, so we're through that. What's it, day 15 of the Karen retrial now? And man, what a struggle! What a freaking struggle, right? We're being told to believe X, Y, and Z, when in reality, none of that even happened at all. But we're supposed to believe that. I mean, I just don't understand. I don't understand it. That's balls on their part. So tomorrow, we'll see what happens. But I'm waiting to find out about the buffer zone. I can't go back there until the buffer zone's resolved, and Bev had 24 hours to resolve it. So I don't know if that means tomorrow the buffer zone's open, gone, modified, changed, or whatever. But I don't want to be the first one to test it. We'll put it that way. I don't want to be anyone that tests it. I just want to be the one that accepts whatever that decision is, because it's not mine. And, you know, I can't go and I can't be there and get arrested if I'm having, you know, a legitimate reason to have have other people look at this case. You know, it'd be bad look for everybody. I am all of you people. And yeah, am I missing the courthouse? You don't even know how much I miss the steps. I loved walking in with Karen every morning for you guys. You guys deserve seeing her every day, because you guys are the ones to support her. You deserve that. You know, that's how I feel about it. And again, you know, are we not blessed? Are we not blessed? We have Mike here all day. My mods are dynamite. We have amazing guests. Joe Flipperhead, guys. Joe Flipperhead came on the channel. Wow. Like, thank you, Joe Flipperhead, for being Joe Flipperhead. Because the content that you have produced has made us laugh, has made us cry, and has made us everything in between. But above all, it's made us more knowledgeable about what is going on. So, Joe, personally, I thank you for helping all of us seeing certain things that we just can't see. And you've got a brilliant mind, my friend. And thank you for coming on. It was I absolutely open door for you, buddy, anytime. Yeah, if you guys weren't here, this is worth rewinding and watching, because just what Joe says, just what he gets into is oh my God. It's wow. It's crazy. So you just gotta see it. There's a lot, and then you'll get questions out of that. I mean, just the driver in the personal vehicle, do they have evidence collection stuff with them? No, they knew what they were doing beforehand, and it's obvious. So, Dave's channel, thank you, my friend. Thank you for being here, supporting us. We love you, dude. And I love all you guys. So, it's been a beautiful day. We'll catch you guys in the morning, depending on what Bev decides after she gets home tonight, buffer zone wise. We'll see where that goes. But I mean, you know how that is. I don't want to do nothing until they do something. But either way, one way or the other, we will definitely be here tomorrow morning, 8:30, and we'll go from there. If you liked what we did today, if you don't mind, hit the thumbs up on the way out. Give a like, subscribe would help. We appreciate every single member. We love all you guys. And that's about that. So with that said, you all have an absolutely wonderful night, and we will see you all tomorrow in chat. You guys have been the best. I mean, this is definitely the best chat out there. And again, I love all of yous, and I much appreciate everything. So tomorrow, there we go, buddy. Enjoy the day, everybody. Thank you.
Cold mornings, cracked pavement, courthouse steps. He's there before sunrise while the world still rests. No cameras needed, no spotlight glare. Just a man with a purpose, always standing there. Facing the crowd, but the fight in his veins. Truth in his hands, pushing through the rain. Karen sees him, she knows what it means when you've got boots on the ground and you fight for your dreams. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no worry, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. He don't ask for credit, don't ask for praise. Just fighting the good fight in 1,000 ways. When the cameras fade and the voices die, he's still right there, never asking why. He's got a handshake that you can trust, eyes that don't blink when it comes to us. Karen smiles because she knows it's true. She's got a soldier and his name's CPU. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no hoarding, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. When the courthouse is empty and the crowd's gone home, Tom's still walking, he's never alone. 1,000 steps, a million prayers, because justice don't sleep and neither does he care.